So today is September 29th, 2022, and the time is 9:33 a.m., and the meeting is now called to order.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. Will you call the roll, please?
I sure can. Jeannie Rizzo?
Present.
Patricia Shabbat? Present. Georgette Gomez? Present. Alexis Strauss-Hacker? Present. Lizette Ruiz? Present. 5 of 5 board members are present and a quorum is established. Next slide, please. So I will review some logistics for today's meeting. So today's meeting is available in English and Spanish, and if you're joining through Zoom and would like to participate in Spanish, please select the interpretation icon from the Zoom toolbar and select Spanish. For participants who have joined in person, we have headsets at the back of the room. And if you would prefer to participate in this meeting in Spanish, please head to the back and a staff member can assist you. So Yvonne, one of our interpreters, will now provide these instructions to folks who have joined us in Spanish who need to have these instructions as well. Yvonne?
Yes. Muy buenos días. Bienvenidos a la Junta de Seguridad del Medio Ambiente. Me llamo Ivonne. Junto con mi colega Aldo, proporcionaremos servicios de interpretación. La reunión de hoy está disponible en inglés y español. Si se une a través de Zoom y desea participar en español, seleccione el icono de interpretación de la barra de herramientas de Zoom y seleccione Español. Para los participantes que se han unido en modalidad presencial, tenemos audífonos en la parte trasera de la sala. Si prefiere participar en esta reunión en español, diríjase a la parte de atrás de la sala y un integrante del personal lo apoyará. Gracias y que tengan una buena reunión.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. And also thank you to Aldo, who is our other interpreter, and they will be interpreting for us on the Spanish line. Next slide, please. So meeting materials are available in English and Spanish and at the website bes.btsc.ca.gov, as well as on the sign-in table. So evacuation information, if everyone could take a look around and find the nearest exit to you. We all came in these front glass doors, so that is a very easy way, but there are some other exits around the room. Restrooms are out the door to my right and just straight down that hallway. Masks are required during the meeting, but can be taken off while speaking. The chat, for those of us joining on Zoom, the chat is disabled for this meeting so that we can all assure that we're focusing on the same conversation. Closed captions are enabled on Zoom, and you can move the caption display or turn them off altogether. Again, for those joining on Zoom, please stay muted throughout the meeting. And turn your camera off unless you are making a comment, and that is to conserve bandwidth. Next slide, please. There will be many opportunities throughout this meeting for public comment. For those joining in person and wishing to be recognized, please raise your hand during the comment period to prevent a line from forming at the podium. So if you have joined by Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. On the toolbar of your Zoom screen when you are ready to for the agenda item that you would like to comment on. Additionally, if you would like to express your comment in writing, you can do so by emailing besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. So, unless otherwise stated throughout the meeting, comments will be limited to 2 minutes, but could change at the discretion of the board. For those joining, so we will let you know when 30 seconds is remaining and when time has expired. Time allotted will be doubled for those commenting in Spanish to allow for consecutive translation. That concludes our logistics for today's meeting. I will turn it back over to Chair Rizzo to continue our agenda.
Thank you, Jessica. Welcome to the 5th public meeting of the Board of Environmental Safety. I want to thank you for joining us here at the Cal Endowment and for all of you on Zoom. And we want to thank the staff of the Cal Endowment for their support, and also CSUS, our logistics support team. To our remote participants, please do not hold back. We want to hear from you. I know we will from those in the room, but we want to be sure we hear from all of you as well. It's just 7 months since our first meeting, and with your cautious optimism, support, constructive ideas, and always candid feedback, we are much further along in building our organization to best serve all of Californians. We have been fielding many requests for meetings with the members of the board, as well as requests to hold hearings on sites that community members and advocacy organizations and industry have either concerns or want to demonstrate their facility to us, as well as sites that the regulated community really does want us to better understand. Our goal is to be responsive, transparent, and effective, and I want to acknowledge that many of you wish we could move faster, take on more of your concerns, and hold hearings on sites that some of you have referred to as fraught. So do I. I wish we could do all of that. We remain just a handful of board members and staff, but we're keeping track of all requests, comments, complaints. You can and should continue to expect more from us with each. To get us started, though, today, I want to introduce you to the staff that we have hired to date. As many of you already know, our executive officer, Swati Sharma, has been with us since May, and our legal counsel, Greg Forrest. It's just a couple of months, right, Greg? He's like doing amazing work. And we're pleased to announce that Jessica Swan, who in the past, you know, she was our board clerk and is again acting as our board clerk today, is now our ombudsperson after posting that position over several months and doing significant interview process. Jessica has been with DTSC for 2.5 years in their public participation office at Chaps. A lot of experience in this realm. And so at the next meeting and later on today, Swati will delve a little bit into the role of the ombuds, and we will have a very robust discussion at the November meeting about the role of the ombuds. And it'll be an opportunity for you to provide us with input and feedback about how this position can best serve you. So welcome to our 2 new staff members, and thank you for being here. You can reach them through info@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. We're also very fortunate to announce Sheena Brooks, our administrative liaison. Sheena comes to us with vast experience in all aspects of administrative support and has already demonstrated deep commitment and knowledge. Welcome, Sheena. She came to us from the DA's office in San Mateo, and it's amazing. She's already, what have you been here, 2 weeks? Yeah, there you go. So we have several more hires to make, notably hazardous waste engineers, environmental scientists. So if any of you have recommendations or know of someone who might be interested in joining us, please reach out to us. We have discussed our statutory requirements as well as how we will operate. We've done that in the past multiple times, but I feel it's important for us to review them for those who didn't memorize them last time and who perhaps are new to the Board of Environmental Safety. While many of you were involved in the DTSC reform process dating back to the independent review panel and through lengthy legislative efforts that led to SB 158, which established this board, as well as providing funding for programs at DTSC. This board has a broad set of mandates, but it is not a full governance board. And that is important to understand, as sometimes you will hear us say that something is not in our purview, but it doesn't mean that we don't make those recommendations back to DTSC. All your concerns and interests are heard, brought to the attention of DTSC and to other departments at Cal. There's some slides that are going to come up, talk about our statutory requirements. I think they'll Here we go. So these slides tell you who we are, and basically, we represent you. That's our main goal. We are here to represent everyone in California. No small task, right? We'll represent the general public interest, and we'll act to protect public health and reduce risks of exposure, with a particular focus on disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. We meet with the legislature annually, and we will do that again next August, although 3 of us will have our confirmation hearings in January, which I think is more of a performance review than a confirmation hearing, since it will have been almost a year. The other part of our, let's see, go on. So we'll conduct no fewer than 6 public meetings per year, 3 of which will be in community locations, not in Sacramento. We anticipate having at least 7 or 8 or more next year. We actually will have accomplished 6 since March 30th, before the end of this year. Slide. We're on a little bit of a hold as the slide presentation moves. Slide, please. So here's another shall. We will provide opportunities for public hearings on individual permitted remediation sites. That has been a request that many of you have made, and we will accept all requests and make some decisions for 2023, so keep them coming. We'll adopt clear performance metrics for the department, that's DTSC, and each of its programs, working with the senior leadership of DTSC, and expecting oversight for those performance metrics. The board will conduct an analysis. I think it's the next. An analysis of those department programs, and we will be developing recommendations to improve coordination between the programs in the department. So again, that's where hearing from you is very important. We'll also be reviewing and approving the director's priorities. In the beginning of next year, as she establishes, as Dr. Meredith Williams establishes priorities with her team, we'll be reviewing them with her. Next slide. We'll hear, I'm not sure which slide is up, but. So we need to appear before the Assembly and Senate committees and update the department's performance. And that follows a slide that I don't think you did hear, but I will say now. We'll hear and approve DTSC's contemporary hazardous waste management plan, first draft of which will come out in 2023. And over the course of 2023, 4, and 5, that plan will be firmly established as a long-term plan for hazardous waste management in the state of California. We're currently seeking input and gathering information along the way, so don't hold back on that either. We'll also ensure that there are adequate levels of funding that will enable the department and the board to implement and carry out their duties and responsibilities. That said, we will be dependent on the legislature to appropriate any funding that we feel is important, and or to change the fee structure if that seems like the appropriate way to go. So that's what we're about. That's what we can do. We're happy to elaborate more and answer your questions. We wanted to make it clear what we can and cannot perform in terms of your requests. So we also have more hires to make, which I discussed, and Swati will go into in some depth. We have a full agenda today and expect the meeting to go to close to our closing time here at 4:30 with a 1-hour break for lunch. We've prioritized in terms of timing, addressing the permit appeals process, in part because there are 2 appeals awaiting our attention, and it was a source of great concern during the reform process. The board adopt permit appeal protocols, process, necessary a change in regulations. In order to assume the role of the permit appeals officer, which is basically what this board will be, we opted to just adopt the current protocols and process, but to unpack it in an open, transparent set of forums or workshops as well as board meetings. That began an August meeting where we had presentations from both the permitting staff and the permit appeals staff of DTSC. If you missed those, you have insomnia one evening, you can go to the videos and watch those hearings. Further, we have been soliciting presentations from outside interests, and we had 2 at the last meeting in August. We'll have more comments today. I see both community members and representatives of industry here with us today, so that's excellent. You'll hear from our subcommittee leads, Lizette Ruiz, Alexis Strauss-Hacker, as well as Greg Forrest, on the workshop that they held yesterday, and we'll hear more from presenters who are in the room, commenters who are in the room today. So we're eager to hear from you, so please provide your comments, questions, and concerns. On our agenda today, we'll also have a presentation by Member Bhatia on our proposed operational plan. This derives from our mandates and is in part to harmonize with the DTSC strategic plan relative to our mandate so that how we execute and operate the board stays consistent with both our mandates and our ability to perform our legal functions. So if you have comments also for anything that's not on the agenda today, we provide an opportunity to hear from you during a designated segment of the meeting, which I believe will be right before lunch. So for those of you on Zoom who want to comment, late morning, early afternoon should be the opportunity for items not on the agenda. Yesterday, in response to requests, we met with community members in our limited time yesterday before the workshop on permit appeals, and you'll hear more from that when we talk about community engagement. As we've discussed in the past, we've established priority areas, subcommittees that the board members are responsible for over the long haul. You'll hear more from each board member about their work in their priority area. And then for the fun part of the meeting, we'll review and approve the minutes from the July meeting, and hopefully at the next meeting, we'll have minutes from August and this meeting. We'll go through, as we go through the meeting, we'll identify issues for the agenda at future meetings and also track our actions, which our Vice Chair, Alexis Hacker, is so excellent at doing at every meeting. One area that I asked the board to be thinking about over the course of the day and the month, and we hear from you about things that you want us to do. Most often they have a price tag, and we're asking the board to be thinking about things that we would like to be able to do before we go into the next legislative cycle that may be beyond our modest $3 million budget. And we may be calling for and asking the legislature for additional appropriations depending on what the demands of the positions are that people are asking us for. So that's it for me. I want to thank you all again for being here and look forward to Jessica moving us on in the agenda. And that would be Lizette, Alexis, and Greg talking about permit appeals process.
We are going to get back into the agenda. For those of us who have joined us in person, thank you so much for waiting so patiently. For those of us who have joined us at home, I hope you're able to get a little relaxation in for the last couple of minutes. We're going to turn it over to Member Strauss, Member Ruiz, and our attorney, Greg Forrest, to continue on with agenda item 3. Thank you so much for your patience. If we can get the slides back up for that presentation. Thank you so much.
Recording in progress.
Corin, I think we're going to go back and basically start from the beginning, but we're going to go through that first section just a tiny bit faster to catch us up. So I don't know how much of the presentation that we gave earlier came through to folks on Zoom. Hopefully the people on Zoom are able to hear me now. We're in this meeting trying to recap what we covered at a hazardous waste permit appeals workshop that was held yesterday. We had very good participation from both industry and members of the community at that workshop. And we covered 4 issues that are really central to the hazardous waste permit appeals process. And so we're going to recap our experience at that workshop right now. Next slide. Briefly, I'm going to give an overview of the permit decision process, particularly as it relates to public participation. And then I'm going to cover the 4 issues that we covered in our workshop yesterday. Next slide. So before DTSC renders a decision on a permit application, it provides public notice to the community and for the most part will hold a public comment period. After the decision is made, DTSC distributes notice of that decision to interested parties. Next slide. DTSC follows a slightly different process for Class 2 modifications and temporary authorizations where there's a less involved public review process. Next slide. So the first question that we addressed in our workshop yesterday was the timing within which an individual may appeal a permit decision issued by DTSC. Under current regulations, interested parties have 30 days in which to file an appeal. The 30 days starts from service of written notice of the permit decision. And that notice provides directions on how to file the appeal. In addressing this issue, we heard from members of affected communities as well as industry representatives who had differing opinions about this particular issue. And I'm going to allow Board Member Lizette Ruiz and Board Member Alexis Strauss-Hacker to give a recap of the comments that they heard on this issue at the workshop.
Thank you. So community members asked for an open process that lets everyone who makes an effort to attend. Participants representing community members asked for more time, more than 30 days, because community members felt that they've generally been kept out of the process and don't find out about the permitting process itself until late in the game. They also feel like they need more time to fully understand the process enough to engage adequately. Participants asked for better outreach to start during the permitting process itself and for notice to be sent prior to the issuance of the final permit so that they may have a head start to decide on whether or not to appeal. Participants representing industry were generally content with having the 30-day notice and were concerned about expanding the period and noted the concerns brought about during the drafting of SB 158 regarding the need for making the process more expeditious. Mark Nekadem with the Western States Petroleum Association suggested to have a baseline of 30 days and to have the board change the time accordingly to the complexity of the appeal.
We appreciated hearing different perspectives on how to deal with what is a timely appeal, including some problem solving around what would be a better approach for the board to take. How could we be responsive to both the regulated public who are the permit holders and the communities who are affected by these facilities? For example, the suggestion was made that one could, as when the board gets to the point of adopting the process and the regs, the board could, for example, retain 30 days for an appeal to be noticed, but provide more time for the technical, legal, and policy submittals to follow. So there are options going forward, and we appreciate having gotten that input. In the interest of time, although all of the materials will be put on our website, and although we have some people with their hands up, we are going to call on shortly. I'm going to turn it back to Greg Forrest to discuss issue number 2.
Corin, can you please advance the slides? So the second issue that we covered in our workshop yesterday has to do with standing, which is the legal right to file an appeal. Under the current regulations, there's a requirement for most permit decisions that limits who can file an appeal. And that is, the limitation is that an individual generally must participate in the public review process before the permit decision is rendered in order to then have standing to file an appeal. There is a slightly different standard. If you can advance the slide for me, Corin. There is a different standard as it relates to minor Class 2 permit modifications or temporary authorizations, because there's a slightly different public review process in the first place. And so the standing limitation does not apply to those decisions. Corin, if you could just advance one more. Also, quite a few permit appeals are filed by the facility owner or operator. It's quite common. And there is also a provision in current regulations for the department through its director to review conditions of approval for permit decisions. So on this topic, we also heard from members of the community with different perspectives on this particular requirement. And we had some participation from members of industry at the workshop as well. And I'll turn it over to Board Member Ruiz to recap.
Thank you. Community members asked for an open process that lets everyone who makes the effort to attend/participate at any meeting be able to appeal, and to ensure that community has a seat at the table. Industry reps felt that the current regulations related to this are appropriate as is. Amongst most participants, there was a concern that outreach during the permitting process needs to be comprehensive so that more community members participate from the earlier stages during the permitting process itself. Member Strauss.
In the comments that we received on this point in yesterday's workshop, a number of people commented on how closely related the DTSC permitting process is and how that affects who's aware of a particular facility's dwell time in the permit issuance process, which can take a few years. Communities may lose track of where things are and may not be aware once the permit is issued. Therefore, it's possible that as we go through this process as a board and bring matters back to the board for their input, that we may informally have some suggestions for DTSC about how to engage fruitfully with the community to build on steps that DTSC is taking now, so that during the permit issuance process, more people feel that they understand the permit being issued and have been contacted and meaningfully engaged with DTSC, so that by the time we get to a potential appeal, it's not the first time a community member may hear of this. So more on this to come. And Board Member Ruiz and I are very interested when we talk in a few moments about our upcoming permit workshops to get more input from the regulated public and from communities about how we as a board can advance community engagement on this matter. So back to Greg.
Corin, can you please advance the slides? The third issue that we covered in the workshop is the basis for an appeal, or what you could call grounds for filing an appeal. Under the current process, an appeal may be dismissed if it fails to cite the adequate grounds. And the regulation also limits an appeal to the permit conditions within the permit decision. And so currently, an appeal must raise a finding of error with a factual determination, a conclusion of law, or an exercise of discretion or an important policy consideration made by DTSC, and that has to be the basis for the appeal. And we were particularly interested in getting comments and receiving input from the public on this particular topic, and we did receive comments from both industry and community representatives. I don't know, do you want to? I'll allow Board Member Strauss-Hacker to comment first. Thank you.
As the board goes forward with developing its process and regulations, there are clearly issues that communities are having in understanding the permits themselves and some suggestions. There will no doubt, given the complexity of many complex industrial facilities, be times when the board itself may need assistance. And so in yesterday's workshop, there were suggestions, for example, of the board could establish per SB 158 a subcommittee to evaluate complex or technical information. And that was paired also with a separate recommendation of the board could at times convene an expert panel to advise the board on technical issues. So there are things within this larger, what is the basis for an appeal? There are things the board may need to do as a very small board with a small staff once we are in the process of considering an appeal. The issue remains the difficulty of communities understanding technical information within a permit. How can that be helped along in a meaningful way while still giving DTSC the full range of authority to thoroughly and expeditiously conduct the permit process?
I actually don't have anything to add. I think you covered everything.
Warren, could you advance the slides for us, please? So the last issue that we covered in the workshop yesterday was the legal standard of review that the current permit appeals officer uses to decide an appeal, and which the board will decide whether to maintain or to change. There's been suggestions to use a different standard of review. So we wanted to cover the current standard of review that applies. As you can see from this slide, there are essentially two different standards of review. For technical, factual determinations, an appellant must show that DTSC's permit decision was clearly erroneous. It's a requirement of showing clear error, which is a rather deferential standard and is reserved for those technical and factual conclusions. There are other grounds for an appeal, as you recall from the last question, having to do with an exercise of discretion, important policy conclusions. There's a different standard of review that applies when reviewing those grounds in an appeal, but it is also deferential. And there, an appellant must show that the DTSC permit decision maker abused his or her discretion. So it's an abuse of discretion standard, and again, somewhat deferential to the decision maker. Alternatively, it's been suggested at our last hearing to invoke a lower standard of review or a different standard of review called de novo. So that was discussed, and we did get some feedback from members of industry in particular that warned against that. And so we had quite a robust discussion on this particular question. And I'm happy to hear what the board members heard at that. I know we definitely had a pretty wide range of opinions about this one.
Between the extremes of the current standard of review and the other extreme of a de novo review, I dare say, as we begin to propose and put into writing what we might do here, there are some middle ground as to where the board may wish to exercise its discretion and where the board may wish to defer to the administrative record compiled by DTSC. And so we received some comments yesterday representing both of those sort of ends of that particular spectrum. And absent getting into some of the kinds of issues that come up typically in permit appeals where permits are being renewed, we really will perhaps struggle as a board to define where those areas are that this board would exercise discretion. I feel that this is the most difficult of the 4 questions to wrap my own thinking around at this point. And so I continue to welcome more input during the process that we have coming up in terms of the practicalities of this and what options to bring back to the board as we continue to work on this. As you know, we have not yet begun to write our process or begun to write a regulation, and we have been focusing entirely on input. And I feel that this is an area where some practical solutions are yet begging, and I would welcome the input, especially of people who've been working in this regard, whether from a community or facility point of view.
Yeah, and this is Member Ruiz. Just to add to that, we did hear from both sides the need for an increase in transparency. And I feel like this is one of the areas where, as Member Strauss mentioned, it's a difficult place to balance exactly how and when to make things available and what to make things available. And so it's like, as Member Strauss mentioned, we definitely do, ask the audience and to really, for their opinions on how to approach this very difficult topic. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think at this point, Chair Rizzo, we'd like to hear from members of the public. I think probably we would start with individuals here in the room with us today. If anybody'd like to step forward and comment on any of what you heard about the permit appeals workshop, now is the time, I think, where we would do that.
Okay, so again, for those joining, Corinne, if we can project the how to comment slide, which is slide number 4 on the first presentation. So for those joining on Zoom, please raise your hand virtually using your Zoom toolbar. For those of us joining in person, if you would like to permit appeals process, again, focusing on these 4 questions. All right. So thank you, Sheena. Oh, your name and affiliation for the record.
Happy to. Thank you. Good morning, Dawn Kepke, McHugh Kepke and Associates on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. Just as by way of background for those of you, the board members that may not know about SEEB, SEEB is an organization that was founded by Governor Pat Brown with an interest in bringing together community leaders, labor, businesses, environmental organizations, what have you, with the goal of trying to find the balance between important protections for the environment and communities, while at the same time taking into account and ensuring that it's done in the most effective and efficient way to also protect the economy, ensure that that remains vibrant. So it's an organization that has been in existence for many years and really kind of come together with a variety of stakeholders with the goal of trying to work together to find that balance on issues not only in the legislative arena, but also in the regulatory arena as well. Our board is made up of not only public members, but also labor, as well as industry representatives that really span a variety of different sectors, from utilities, from transportation entities, oil and gas, as well as entities in kind of the communications, telecommunications realm, even broader to include also water supply entities, public agencies, what have you. So really a great organization for the purposes of getting to kind of common ground wherever possible. Additionally important, just as I kind of start off my comments, also to note SEEB was deeply involved in the negotiations that led up to the passage of Senate Bill 158, reforming the Department of Toxics, as well as the establishment of the Board of Environmental Safety. That was a long process and certainly a lot leading up to that in terms of back and forth that really kind of took part over a number of years with growing frustrations, certainly that the business community felt about challenges with the department around transparency, accountability, timeliness of permit decisions, as well as cleanup and site remediation issues, but also just general responsiveness. And I think one of the things that we found as part of our work on Senate Bill 158 and kind of getting to those reforms was that those were things and challenges, concerns that were shared by our colleagues in the community, advocate space, NGOs, what have you. So I think that's important to be clear about as we kind of go into this work and you tackle the issues around developing a process for permit appeals, and that much of the challenges, frustrations, concerns are very similar between all of the stakeholders. While we may disagree on some of the details about how to approach this, that fundamental agreement in those challenges, I think, is really kind of important and helpful to know. In terms of the permit appeals process that you are considering tackling, certainly I think from a SEEB perspective, it's important certainly to begin with the processes as you have already begun to do, and I'm better understanding what DTSC's process is for its permitting process. Really important, and certainly we would not argue that it is a perfect process by any means. Certainly would benefit from additional enhancements, refinements, and I think certainly we would agree with other stakeholders' perspectives on opportunity for kind of more transparency and engagement throughout that process. Even for the business community, oftentimes we are concerned about the challenges whereby our permittees submit permits. They're required to do so under very strict timelines, under clear parameters within the regulations. But oftentimes those kind of seem to go into a black box without much engagement and dialogue, even just to understand where they're at in the review process, timelines, what have you. And I know DTSC and their team are making changes, are endeavoring under Director Williams' leadership to enhance that, improve those processes. But it is certainly something that we share concern about ongoing. So in terms of kind of understanding that process, we think it's important. You can't almost just extract that while developing this appeals process and understanding kind of where those different things fit, which I feel like as part of the conversation yesterday, there seemed to be kind of some growing understanding of that. In terms of the timing itself, a good conversation yesterday as part of the workshop. I think our folks generally feel that timelines aren't insufficient as established by 30 days. I think we're open to conversation about that. I know one of the conversation points was perhaps about a time frame by which to submit an intent for an appeal notice, and then perhaps having kind of the trigger for the timeline thereafter. So certainly open to talking about that. I mean, as I mentioned yesterday during the workshop, I think we do believe that there is a very significant period of time for engagement, sharing feedback about the permitting process, the facility itself, impacts through a variety of stakeholder processes in that permitting process, including the general public participation opportunities, the development by that facility of the health risk assessment that takes into account the community profile, engagement with the community, as well as part of the violation scoring procedures that also incorporates feedback from the public, the communities, about setting that violation score for each facility that goes through that permitting process. So we would argue that in terms of the ability to participate, provide feedback on that is a very long lead time that does play out with multiple opportunities for engagement over years of that process. All that said, we certainly recognize the importance of having a reasonable timeframe for stakeholders to engage thereafter. So certainly open to working on that. However, we would urge the board to consider the fact that under SB 158, one of the key issues that led to the permitting changes and permitting revisions in that was concerns over the backlog of permits, and many permits that were continuing to have facilities operating in kind of a limbo status, if you will, without a final decision. So we really want to encourage the board, as you deliberate the timelines, to keep that in mind, so we're not exacerbating those timeframes by which a facility may be operating without kind of a final permit. So certainly, we could look to the APA, Administrative Procedures Act, for, other regulatory work by the agencies, which typically provides about a 45-day comment period for regulatory processes, perhaps with, an opportunity to maybe consider some adjustment up to 60 days, which also agencies may do under, certain circumstances, a request for an extension, what have you. I think that might be someplace reasonable to go, but we would really encourage the board not to extend it indefinitely. Also would encourage the board to also set in their regulations some parameters by which timeframes by which the board would have to respond again as well and take action, understanding that's a complex process, complex review, but at the same time, with an interest in ensuring that we're not having these permit decisions, appeals languish, given the need to kind of have final determinations and not have facilities operating without, kind of some final decision, much less for many cases where those facility permits may actually result in, operations being stayed, leaving everyone in a bit of limbo. In terms of the issue around standing, certainly kind of open to that discussion as well. We think, certainly appreciate kind of the way the system is framed now about having to have some participation in the process, the permitting process itself. Again, that does leave a long runway and a number of opportunities to engage. And so certainly think that that is appropriate, although certainly understand and are interested in further discussion on, should that have a bit more flexibility in terms of community participation, although we do have a concern that that would be open to any and all entities, someone that's in New York that, decides to appeal. I mean, there should be some reasonable connection to that facility to have any kind of expansion of that. And I think that's really going to be important for us to kind of work through that and see kind of how we might ensure the community voice does have a pathway, but not opening the door such that it leads to kind of anyone and everyone just mucking up the process and delaying things as well. In terms of the standards for what type of issues may be brought forth in the appeal process, we do believe that the current standards for kind of what can be appealed are sufficient. The extent of the discretionary piece, I know that was some discussion about that yesterday about, how, kind of robust that may be to take into account concerns about whether stakeholders' feedback during the permitting process was sufficiently considered, meaningfully, what have you. We do think that discretionary element does allow for that. Perhaps that could be kind of further refined to be more clear that that does encompass those types of considerations as well. And then finally, as part of the standards for review, we do believe those also do make sense as currently constructed, although certainly that, as well as all the other elements, certainly interested in working with the board as well as other stakeholders to further refine as you do your work. So thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments, and happy to answer any questions, but look forward to ongoing discussion.
Thank you, we have all published presentations and no more direct questions. Should we still be here? Thank you. Yes, Angela?
Do I need to have this computer open? Okay.
I didn't.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, give me 15 seconds to organize myself. Good morning, long morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazaros. I am managing attorney of the Community Partnerships Program at Earth Justice, and I'm here representing a range of folks that we work with on issues related to DTSC, but most notably, our clients on this matter are the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights and the Del Amo Action Committee. So I would like to take a few moments to just step us back a little bit before I speak directly to the 4 questions that the board has put before us. I want to remind us all that the board is part of DTSC, and I appreciate, Madam Chair, that you walked us through the language of 158 this morning and what shows up there in terms of direct directions to the board and what it is that it does or does not do. But as part of DTSC, I believe that the board is still bought into, at a fundamental level, the mission of DTSC. And DTSC's mission, and I'm going to just take a second and actually read it because I think it's important. DTSC's mission, as it reports on its website, is to protect California's people, communities, and environment from toxic substances, to enhance economic viability by restoring contaminated land, and to compel manufacturers to make safer consumer products. That's the mission of DTSC, and I would argue that that is the mission of this board. And we know that what 158 nominally, broadly was trying to do was add another layer of engagement and transparency for all kinds of stakeholders who interact with DTSC in the important work that it does. And given that, I want to hold that for a second. And then I want to also raise another strand that came up in the conversation. And that is for us to focus for a moment on questions of equality and equity, which get to some of the fundamental core of what it is we're talking about, regardless of who the stakeholder is. So there's a definition. So let me take a step back. There is, across the internet, there is an often used graphic depiction of the difference between equity and equality. And it depicts some folks looking at a baseball game. And some of them are looking, there are 3 boxes that folks can stand on. And they all get the same box in the first depiction. And as a result, because there's a fence there, some people can see the game and others cannot, because the individuals are differently sized in relationship. People are nodding their head. I hope people can have a picture of what it is that I'm talking about here. And that notion that we're just going to give everybody the same thing, that's what it looks like to level the playing field. That graphic is giving us a graphical depiction to call into question whether that's what we want to be doing. Rather, the graphic goes on and the idea goes on to posit. Equity is an approach that gives each individual what they need in order to participate, right? Each person what they need in order to see the game because of the fence, right? And so some people then, maybe you need 2, maybe you need none, right? In terms of the boxes that are available to level the playing field. There are those of us who have thought about this, and someone, and certainly this is not something that I'm going to take credit for, but there's another sort of thing to think about. That graphic traditionally depicts those 2 things, but there are subsequent graphics as people have started to think about this, and there's a 3rd box. There are those who suggest that building boxes so that people can see around fences that are constructed between where people are standing and the baseball game doesn't quite capture what we're getting at. Because you know what? Maybe you don't need a fence there. Maybe you could take down the fence in its entirety. Maybe there are other kinds of constraints that you would build that don't actually result in people not being able to see. And so I raise that here to sort of frame a little bit more the conversation that we're having here. Those notions of equity and equality are important, and they're showing up in the important work that DTSC is doing generally and this board is doing specifically. So we know that there is a system in place already that builds in constraints about how the appeals process works, and we're focused on that piece. But it's right for the board to pause and ask the question with new eyes. What would be a good appeals process? Not necessarily what would be a better appeals process, what would be the process we can get consensus around, but at least pause and ask, what would be a good appeals process? And I think that that's what we are engaged in today. One last thing in way of setup I want to add. The appeals process cannot be separated from the permitting process. I understand the constraints that you are identifying, and yet the appeals process and the permitting process are completely intertwined with one another, and I do not believe there is a way to get around it. And I just want to note that, as people know, I've been working a lot on a particular facility, and for that particular facility, it had a public comment period for the permit it currently holds in 2001. And its final permit was issued in 2005. That's important. It's an important fact to understand on the ground as we're considering these other questions that are moving forward. Okay. I want the board to remember that everything that we're talking about here is effectively a constraint on community participation, because the agency will always have standing and will always have the resources to participate in whatever structure it is that gets set up. And the particular facility that's part of this process also has the ability to marshal significant resources and is involved in the process from the beginning at each and every step, sometimes to their horror and chagrin, I understand, but the reality is they are there and they have the access to resources to do it. So to the extent when we start talking about things like timing on appeal, who can file an appeal, what issues get raised, and what the legal standards are, those are things that constrain public participation rather than constraining the participation of the agency or the permittee. So with that all in mind, I request on behalf of my clients and others that I work with, that we have a process that fundamentally thinks about engagement and participation with the broadest possible lens. I understand there's negotiation about what that means, but let's not set up a process that's built around scarcity and exclusion when we could have a process that's built around abundance and inclusion. For the timing question in particular, more time is better. And we talked about some of those things yesterday about why more time is better, in particular for community participants. 30 days is not adequate, period and full stop. It is not adequate. The issues are not necessarily so hard that we can't wrap our minds around them, but it just takes a little bit of time. We've talked a little bit about this notion. I offered up the idea, maybe there's a notice of appeal that gets filed. I think that a notice of appeal is a reasonable way to think about this, but I'm not talking about a notice of appeal that's a mini appeal that then goes on to become a bigger appeal. I'm talking about basic flat notice pleading. People know that there's an appeal coming. So there, I'll leave it with that. Secondly, on the question of standing, I want to say one more thing quickly about timing. So I've heard folks say that they think that the timing right now is fine, and there's this bigger question about permitting. I already gave you some information about how that permitting process unfolds. So it is not appropriate in any way, shape, or form to constrain the ability of people to appeal because the permitting process went on too long. The permitting process is what it is, unfolded as it did, and took the time that it took. And then to say we're going to somehow shave off some metaphorical time by making the appeals process shorter, more condensed, and move more quickly is not an appropriate approach to this question. And I will also just note that the only people that really have to follow the constraints of these timelines is the community, because I appreciate the notion that the board would set out and we're going to act in X number of days. But you know what? Y'all will act when you act, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's just the reality. But if you set up a timeline and I've got to get my appeal in 30 days, you know what everybody says to me? Sorry, you missed the cutoff. It's like, but we've been in this process for 18 years. It's like, sorry, you had 30 days and you missed it, right? So I want to just really highlight that these timing questions are important and how they end up taking form and land in for people. On the standing question, broader is better. The agency will always have standing and the operator will always have standing, always. So why not have standing that also acknowledges that there are other people who are not the status quo, people with entrenched interests who have always been recognized in these kinds of process, who also are impacted by these decisions and should be able to come before this board or anybody making decisions about people's lives and how they will be lived. We need standing that is broad enough to encompass everybody who shows up to say, I have an interest in this outcome, and I would like to be heard. On the issues questions, broader is better. Everything that goes into the decision and being able to explore unspoken grounding for decisions that come out should be included. And if we don't include those, I understand that there are struggles around what it looks like to make broader policy decisions in the context of individual facilities. But if we don't make them there isn't another place to do it. If we don't make those decisions and raise up those issues in the context of individual things that are happening, there is no other place to raise it. And so I would argue that this board, when it makes decisions about permits that are issued, should and can and should take into account underlying structures, the status quo, and how it shows up in the permit that's before the board, whether that's on a substantive issue or a procedural issue. And finally, on standards, I would just say less deference to the staff is better. That's not me saying the staff should be completely set aside because we don't care about what they had to say or how many hours they spent working on it. But what that is saying is that putting into the standard, into the regulations, the requirement that all deference goes to the staff is the same thing as saying that all deference goes to the status quo, and is the same thing as this board writing into its regulations the answer that we will soon come to hear, which is, I'm sorry, but we just don't have the authority. Deference goes to the staff, and while I hear your complaint, there's nothing we can do about it. We do not have to develop a system here that leads to that place that communities have often found themselves standing in, where someone is telling them that while their cause is righteous and their concerns are important, there is a structure that has been built that requires us to not pay attention to that and gives us no ability to address those concerns and the righteousness of those claims. So with that, I will wrap up and say, I believe that the board is undertaking an important project here. And I appreciate that even though it is messy and hard, that you have tried to think about how do you move beyond decide, announce, and defend? How do you move beyond we're just going to continue with the status quo and to give people the opportunity to provide input in this process as it moves forward? And so I thank you very much for your time. I thank you for your effort and look forward to continuing this process with you all.
Thank you. When we get to the board discussion part, we may have questions or comments that we'd like to engage you in as well. And I see Mr. White, your hand's raised. Would you like to come to the podium?
I'm going to turn something off.
Probably.
Okay. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Chuck White with Manette Phelps and Phillips. We represent a number of clients in the permitting process for hazardous waste facility permits. We're working with a coalition of folks. We recently submitted a letter to you. You should have received it, I hope, yesterday. I'm not going to go into great detail on that, but it really talks about the issues that I think are most important to folks that are trying to produce hazardous waste in a safe and effective manner, but more beyond that, be able to treat it and dispose of it effectively in accordance with the law. And that's always the desire of every facility owner and operator that I've ever dealt with in my 30 or 40 years of dealing with this issue. I really think that you need to start off with the existing regulations that DTSC have, and there needs to have a process, a step-by-step review of each of the components of the existing regulations as to why either they're good or why they're bad, and hear from all sides of the issue, and then make a decision on whether some parts of the existing appeal process should be retained or other parts that need to be changed. But it's got to be really done in some kind of outline fashion with the existing regs. We totally agree with Angela. There's got to be increased transparency and increased engagement. There's always been a problem. I've been involved in hazardous waste facility permitting for decades. And there's always a distrust with the industry and the department on one side and the community on the other side, because the department does work quite closely with the people that are proposing the permits. They submit the applications, they have detailed meetings, they go over it and over it and over it. And then it goes out for review, and then the comments come in. And typically I've seen over the years that the community's distrust, which they think is already a setup between the industry and the department. And it goes to Angela's point that you've got, in a sense, two processes that are all part of one. You've got the development of the permit itself, which is still within DTSC, and then you've got the appeal process. And that's your primary responsibility, but you're going to have to help the department figure out a way to be better communicative with all of the parties. And we really need to improve engagement and improve expedited process all the way through, from the beginning of the permitting process all the way through to the final issuance. The industry is going to want to have an expedited process. I understand Angela's and her community's concerns. They would, in many cases, I think, like to drag the process out forever until all their problems are solved. I don't think there's ever going to be a complete consensus. I used to work for a director of the Department of Toxic Substances Control, guy named Dave Willis, who always said, you can't really have consensus around these issues. What you can do is try to find consent. And that is consent between the persons that don't want the facility and the persons that are trying to establish the facility to provide a service to the people of the state of California. And you're never going to probably get 100% consensus, but you're going to try to find what are people willing to go along with? What will they do if they understand all the reasons for having this facility and why it's necessary for the protection of public health, safety, and the environment? So we're going to be very concerned about an expedited process that is spurious or is not based on any real concern that is of merit. And so we really hope that there is attention paid to what are the merits of the appeal, what are the merits of the discussion, is there real harm being done, or is it just imagined harm? We've got to have early resolution of this permit process. And you've got to be able to recognize the impact of the appeal on the ability to provide that service that the facility is providing to the people of the state of California. Over half the hazardous waste, last I looked, produced in California is exported to other states because it's virtually impossible to get a permit in California now. And the existing facilities are under attack because they exist as a hazardous waste facility. People don't like being near hazardous waste facilities. I get it. And the more they hear about these hazardous waste facilities, the less they like them, not because they're necessarily causing a problem or a harm, but it's a concern of hazardous waste. And that's got to be an issue that's got to be recognized. We got to do everything we can to find a way to informally resolve issues of discussion between the facility operator and the surrounding community. There's got to be a way to informally, I know how the board can get involved in the initial development of the permit process. It's not really your charge, but it's something you're going to have to be cognizant and aware of, and help the department find ways to reach out to people in opposition and try to find out what the issues are and try to resolve them. We hope that all evidence or concerns that are raised about facilities are based on sound science, sound engineering principles, and not on unclear concerns simply because it's dealing with a hazardous waste that people are concerned there might be a problem. There's got to be a really focus on what is that facility doing to comply with the existing regulations, and are they meeting and exceeding those regulations, and are they doing it in a safe and sound manner? And the other issue, again, is I keep mentioning, is the need to provide hazardous waste capacity. Many facilities that generate hazardous waste have their own treatment processes. There may be larger concerns about that facility, simply not because of the hazardous waste it produces, but because of the nature of their industrial operation. But there's also a lot of hazardous waste facilities that don't generate hazardous waste other than maybe generate waste from the waste that's brought to them from other parties. And you have to remember that who is generating this hazardous waste in California? Does anybody here not ride a bicycle or drive a car or go on a train or fly on an airplane? To the extent you are participating in that process, you're resulting in the generation of hazardous waste. Everybody wants to minimize hazardous waste. In fact, the department's program for hazardous waste minimization was basically scrapped a few years ago. That is something, another matter that ought to be revisited. But there needs to be a recognition that we have to have the facilities and the capacity to manage hazardous waste in the most safe and sound manner possible. And I don't know a single owner or operator that doesn't believe that. They're trying to do everything they can to make sure it has a de minimis minimum impact on the community. In many cases, these facilities existed long before there was any substantial community involved. That goes back, and the history of that whole thing needs to be evaluated. So I would say, with respect to being deferential to DTSC, DTSC is assigned by the people of the state of California through legislation that's been through the legislature, signed by the governor, to make them responsible for, as Angela pointed out, delivering on that mission that they're requested to do. They have a specific expertise, hopefully, and they have a specific reason to exist, that is to ensure the safe management of hazardous waste. The people of the community, they may have good feelings or good concerns, but they're not trained in the operation and management of hazardous waste facilities like the department staff should be. And so we've got to figure out a way to sift through the real concerns that are there based upon state law and sound engineering and science with respect to the operation of these facilities. That's going to be so important. And I think yesterday when I raised the issue about the fact, well, you've got to provide capacity for the management of hazardous waste, I think the response was, well, we're going to get around to a hazardous waste management plan by 2025, I think it is, or 2026. That's something that the board needs to be constantly in the back of your mind as you're looking at these facilities, is what are they doing and why are they there? and what is the need for them because of the hazardous waste that they're managing, and what. It's a broader set of issues, but
To the questions that we're trying to address.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, specific to the questions we're trying to address, you're saying that you feel like the current process is adequate, needs more transparency. Trying to address it to the questions that we're posing today.
Well, I'm trying to do that. I'm just saying that the need for the facility has to be something that you recognize is an important matter that has to be considered. And you can't wait for the hazardous waste management plan. I mean, you hear an appeal tomorrow or next month or next year. You've got to keep that in the mind. What is that facility there, and is it necessary to provide an overall service to the benefit of California? And so I'm just asking you not to forget that point ever. Just to, with respect to the appeal time, 30 days is what's in the rules now. I think most of industry would believe that that is appropriate. I think as Dawn mentioned, that we're willing to talk about ways that that might be extended for good reason. And that who's going to exercise that good reason as to why a filing of appeal time should be extended, that it's you. That's the board that's going to have to make that decision. And you're going to have to accept that responsibility, but make sure it is based upon sound engineering and sound science, I would hope. The standing can't be everybody in the world that wants to file an appeal because they simply don't like hazardous waste and wish it would go away. There's got to be a nexus between the operation of the facility and the person filing that appeal with a direct cause and effect. And if they can't establish that to the satisfaction of this board, I would say the appeal should be denied. And you've got to take a look at that going on in a very careful sense. I think the grounds for the appeal are, errors that have been made by the department is really the key to make a decision as whether or not you need to accept that appeal. But again, that is something you're going to have to make the decision on. I'm not sure how we can write that out in a regulation necessarily. I'm willing to try, but the standard for review, it's really got to be error or an abuse. Having simply anybody be able to file appeal because like the de novo process, for example, you look at a legal text, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm an engineer. There's about 5 levels of review, starting with de novo, where you don't rely on anything that was done by in this case, the department, to a full restarting of the entire process. Well, you can't do that. You can't repeat the entire permitting process that the department is. So you're going to have to rely on the department's judgment as they're being charged by the people of the state of California to provide this service to the people. And so you're just going to find out, I understand the community members don't like to have a de novo process where it starts all over again from the very beginning. I don't think we have the ability to do that. And it's going to have to make some judgment on how, based upon the facts, as to whether or not the board needs to proceed with that appeal. We're going to have further discussions. And we're going to go into this. I would hope we can do it in a relatively quick, rapid fashion. But it's going to have to be broken down by pieces. And I still think throwing up all the regulations as they exist on the board and then on a wall, and then going down and saying, "What is this portion? Is this good? Is this bad? What's wrong with it?" And what Angela writes on something like that may be different from what I'm going to write. But then you have to sift through which makes the most sense going forward.
Which is what the team is doing. So
I really appreciate your effort, and
we're starting with
doing a good job. So we haven't quite got to the finalized appeal process yet.
No, I know we haven't, because we want to have
a long
a
ways to go.
fair and open process. So
Please do.
that's why it's taking a bit of time. Thank you,
Thank
Mr. White. Are there anyone else in the room that wants to comment? Any questions for any of the presenters by anyone in the room? Okay. And we'll go to a board discussion. We have public comment. Now we're going to public comment. and then we'll have one discussion about everything we've heard.
Okay, so at this time, our first hand that was raised was Cynthia Babbage. You please state your name and any affiliation for the record. You now have the opportunity to unmute.
Thank you. Cynthia Babbage, Director of the Del Amo Action Committee, Coordinator for the Los Angeles Environmental Justice Network. I just want to say participating in the workshop last night was somewhat frustrating because of the connectivity problems, which again you face today. And so I hope at some point that gets a little bit better under control before the start of these meetings. And so for the last question that was asked last night at the workshop, it was about the process. And I had put a comment in the chat. I noticed today the chat's disabled. Perhaps we could have told you of the technical problems if it wasn't. But to me, that's just another way that we are being controlled in the public. And if you don't trust us enough to let us be able to use the chat, then our process has failed already. So I feel, and it was brought up last night, that there's a need to have separate workshops. You know, the lobbyists for the industries are very overbearing, and some of them are even stalky, you know, lording over you, trying to listen in, trying to give you their business card after you've told them no many times. And the way that they talk is very condescending. And it's condescending in the way they're talking to you on the board, but they're always condescending to the way that they speak to community people, assuming that all we want to do is stall, and any way we can find out to stall something, that's our tactic, not ever recognizing that we truly feel that our lives are being threatened, or we would have something better to do. So I will save some of these other comments because I know you're really trying hard to specifically focus on these 4 questions you asked. But, you know, this is about hazardous waste, and to try and disconnect it between permits and other processes and, you know, where facilities are placed and pollution prevention. They all are connected, and you really have to stop trying to piecemeal the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Give me just a moment.
This is Alexis. On behalf of the board, I wanted to apologize to you and others participating around 6 p.m. yesterday. I knew that you and another participant were submitting written comments in the chat, and unexpectedly, our connection around 6 o'clock suddenly ceased. It was not our intention, and working in that DTSC Berkeley office, we had thought we would have at least another 15 minutes of connectivity. But we do have what was submitted, and Board Member Ruiz and I and our attorney, Greg Forrest, did know that you had, and another person had commented. And I did recall the comment about separate workshops that was made yesterday. So I'm sorry that yesterday and at the end of the day and earlier this morning that we've had these technical issues. And back to the board clerk for the next commenter.
Thank you so much. So our next commenter is from Rabina Sewell. If you would please state your name and any affiliation for the record, you now have the opportunity to unmute.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, Rabina Sewell. I'm the Executive Director of California Safe Schools. And should there be any connectivity problems, whether whoever side it's on, I just wanted to very quickly comment that I fully support the comments made by Angela Johnson-Mazzaros earlier. I also wanted to comment also about the chat, and I understand how it can be distracting perhaps, but last night on the DTSC call that I participated in, I sent a note which was, thank you so very much for having these meetings virtually. And I heard, whether I should have heard this or not, DTSC staff in the background saying, why the heck is she being able to comment? And I just think you should be aware of that and of how staff responds even to a very gentle, well-intentioned comment. This morning also, I understand the chat is for some reason been disabled. I would hope that in the future that, you know, that you can always have that on for us to comment. And just thank you. I know your support team has been very communicative in getting back to me about the issues this morning. And so I just thought those were really important information for you to have. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So if we could,
will, as a board, take back up the issue of the chat. We've been in circles about it because sometimes we just can't even keep track of the number of comments that are on the chat while we're trying to have the meeting. So we'll take another look at that, but thank you for your comment.
so our next commenter comes from Deborah Bayer. If you are now have the opportunity to unmute, if you would please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Okay, hi, thank you. I'm Deborah Bayer and I'm with the Richmond Shoreline Alliance. And one thing I want to say about the chat, since that's come up, I wouldn't be trying to waste your time with my comment if I had kind of wanted it. Oh, you want me to start my video? Okay. I had wanted to put it in the chat so I could communicate it without having to take up time in the meeting, but now you're going to have to put up with me. So I was compelled to, I have two comments to make. And one is, I have to say, I do want to have workshops together with industry and activists, because I think then we can hear each other. It gives us a chance to hear each other and perhaps understand each other better if we keep an open mind. So I think that that's important, because I think one thing that Chuck said that was true was that, yes, we are generating waste and we do have to figure this out. And there are right now facilities that are operating unpermitted, like in Southern California. One starts with a B and one starts with a W, and I don't want to say them wrong. And that is something that the DTSC has been incredibly negligent about. So those things have to be taken care of. But I was really found Chuck's comments insulting and demeaning. He's thinking the worst of people, which is never a good place to start. For him to say that, think that people in the community who are riled up are just making spurious, I don't understand science. And these are people who live right next to the sites that are affecting their health. So to say that they are making spurious objections is quite condescending. You can't get people organized if there's no issue. I mean, as someone who's really tried to organize people, you have to organize them around something they care about. So I think we should throw out that idea that people from environmental organizations representing the community or people from the community like me are just doing this so that we can obstruct Chuck Minot and slow him down, because that is really wrong. And then finally, I have such a good point to make. I'm going to bow out here, collect my thoughts, and raise my hand again if I can. Okay?
Thank you for your comment.
What was my main point? It was my main point. Oh,
So we do not have anyone else on our raising their hand in the Zoom or in person. So I do have one comment that we received via email. And this is just also a reminder to anyone who wishes to express their comment in writing can do so by emailing besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And particularly on this topic is why we're reading this out loud during the meeting. So this comment comes from Julia Gates, and it says, "Dear Board of Environmental Safety board members, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments to the Board of Environmental Safety. From here on out will be called Board, for consideration regarding the proposed permit appeal process as part of the permit appeal workshop. The board serves in an important oversight role to DTSC and is mandated to provide needed direction to DTSC regarding governance reforms and improve DTSC transparency and accountability. In addition, the board is tasked with hearing appeals of DTSC hazardous waste facility permit decisions. With this mandate, the board should revisit and consider modifying DTSC's existing appeal regulations. Existing appeal regulations limit the appeal process and would improperly reduce the board's oversight role. Existing regulations require that an appeal be filed within 30 days of DTSC's final permit decision. While 30 days seems like a sufficient amount of time to appeal a permit decision, DTSC's permit documents and incorporated documents are often very long. They require technical understandings and are inaccessible to the public generally. DTSC needs to improve its process to let the public know about pending permit decisions and make information more available. DTSC's permit decisions also take too long, and DTSC does not regularly update members of the public with DTSC's status in the review process. Existing regulations also limit who has standing to appeal a permit. Any person who filed comments on the draft permit or participated in a permit hearing on the draft permit may file a petition for review, and any person who failed to file comments or failed to participate in the public hearing on the draft permit may petition for administrative review of any permit conditions set forth in the final permit decision, but only to the extent that those final permit conditions reflect changes from the proposed draft permit. The regulations require a technical understanding of the permit process and how the permit changes during review. DTSC permit decisions often impact communities with a significant number of permitted facilities, with a significant number of the permitted facilities located in or near vulnerable communities. Impacted community members may not have technical understanding of the permit or permit process to appeal specific conditions of the draft permit, and DTSC's permit decisions generally under the criteria of the existing regulations. The board should strongly consider a broader regulation and allow any person to appeal the permit decision. If the board decides to limit who has standing to appeal, it should strongly consider allowing board use of amicus briefs, such as allowing any interested person to file an amicus brief in any appeal pending before the board. Regarding the standard of review, DTSC's existing regulation is unclear. Board should have de novo review for findings of fact and law. It can retain review of DTSC's exercise of discretion and important policy considerations. Also, DTSC's existing regulations provide DTSC with the authority to include in permit conditions and deny permits based on enforcement factors, including compliance concerns and reoccurring violations. Under the topic of standard of review, the board should consider how unadjudicated violations may be presented, challenges and how unadjudicated violations may be presented, challenged, and substantiated in compliance with due process protections. Finally, when the board functions in its adjudicatory capacity, it must be neutral and unbiased, meaning it must have no conflict of interest, has not prejudged the specific facts of the case, and is free from prejudice against or in favor of any party. Board members should disclose any potential or perceived financial conflicts of interest in a facility or operation subject to the permit appeal, recuse themselves from the decision-making process. Board staff also provide an important role in advising the board, and the same rules apply to them. Prior DTSC oversight boards retained independent staff, including an attorney from the Attorney General's office, to ensure that staff were appropriately separated and unbiased. The board should make sure it avoids the appearance of unfairness and bias, and make sure that staff are not in a position where they are reviewing their own prior advice or decisions, or are impermissibly influenced by any of the parties in the permit appeal. In exercising its duties and responsibilities, the board must have the ability to do all acts and take all measures necessary for the efficient, fair, and impartial adjudication of DTSC permit decisions. The board should revisit and evaluate DTSC's current regulations to make sure they achieve these goals. Thank you for your consideration of this comment. Signed, Julia Gates.
Thank you for that. We have,
We can return
to Deborah.
Okay, we have a hand up. Thank you, Liz Bear. I'm sorry, Deborah Bear. If you would like to unmute and express your comment at this time.
I don't have the unmute. I need the unmute.
You're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thank you for hearing me again. My main comment, well, two main comments. One is what bothered me yesterday when I was at the workshop is hearing about the quarter-mile notice. And today, I mean, I realize what was really wrong with the quarter-mile notice is, as Angela said yesterday, a community is bigger than a quarter mile. And I live in Richmond. I'm about a mile from a site that's toxic. And what a quarter mile doesn't take into account is how the wind blows.
Mrs. Bear,
yes.
Really quickly? No? Okay, never mind.
Oh, how the wind blows or what goes into the bay. I could be far away and get wind with contaminations blowing my way, or I could just live anywhere in the bay, or I can be a person who cares about public waters like the bay. I could be a person who loves the sea. And that's all my community, all of that. And so if the problem with just fixing, if the DTSC doesn't improve their public participation process to go beyond that limited scope that they have, then you have then the BES has to really open up who can appeal. Because if you're starting with a tiny little base, then you're ending up with that same tiny base, and it has to be expanded. so that people who become aware of it have the time to think, oh, look what's happening here, because there's things happening all over and we're all busy. And then I haven't heard economic justice be raised. And Mr. Manat said, nobody wants to live next to a toxic waste dump. Well, yeah, nobody does. And why is it that it always is people of color and people of low means, people who are poor? And so I dare Mr. Manat to put in toxic waste, put a permit in for a toxic waste dump in Piedmont. The community wouldn't allow it. So why does it always settle down to those most vulnerable? And finally, I couldn't remember the names of Kettleman and Buttonwillow, but those are two sites that have been operating without a permit for a long, long time. And somebody has to take that up. Thank you.
Now, we have one more.
Yeah, I'm just going to remind everybody, thank you again for all of your comments. And in the spirit of transparency, any comments that we receive today, either via email or in person, we will be working on posting these comments on our website so that it is transparent, so everybody sees all the comments that the board is receiving about the permit appeal process. So thank you again for all of your comments. You can email it to us. We also are working on a form that folks can post to that form anonymously, or you can provide your information if you have any comments as we go through this permit appeal process.
I think we have one more here. Oh.
Ms. Babich, we were going to provide an additional opportunity for you to comment. If you'd like to raise your hand again, if you would like to comment further on the permit appeals process. Okay, give me just a second. Okay.
So thank you. I'm just trying so hard, which doesn't usually work for me, to stay in these lanes that, you know, my comments are supposed to be in. But as many of you know, I've been following the bouncing ball for a really long time, and I just feel really disengaged by kind of the way that this is rolling out. And, you know, it's like we've had these opportunities to talk about hazardous waste and facilities permitting, you know, in formal ways with the agency. Reports kind of get lost on a shelf. Nobody carries that work before. And just one thing that I just really feel the need to say is that, you know, these hazardous waste facilities are being placed in locations that the businesses choose. And, you know, sure, everybody wants to be, you know, near a freeway and a Starbucks, like in Kettleman City, but why are not locations chosen for their safety aspects, not at the convenience of the people who are applying for the permits, the businesses? And, you know, that could solve a lot of problems. Now they're just being placed where others decide. And I would like to have people thinking about, is there a better way to site these facilities? Most people know that they contribute to the problem because we're consumers, but simply just to throw it back at us and say, oh, well, you're part of the problem, so you need to go along with our solutions is not appropriate. So as you're thinking about this very specific topic on permits and appeals, you should be thinking about ways to avoid the problem in the future by searching locations that people aren't living by. And, you know, not throwing out that if you have to drive further than the freeway, then now we're contributing to the greenhouse gas problem. I mean, really seriously having these discussions. And again, I hear other people's opinions about having conversations with the broad group, but just to be honest with you, I still would prefer to have community-based conversations in a safer environment so that people who aren't so vocal, like maybe myself, would feel compelled and safe in a space to express their concerns as well.
So if we've had all the public comments, it's an opportunity now for any board comments, questions, discussion, questions for any of the commenters, or just thoughts. Must have a thought somewhere on this table.
My question, can you all hear me? Oh. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, wonderful. My question is for Alexis and for Liz. In terms of tactically speaking, clearly there's lots of passion across the stakeholder, lots of passion across the stakeholders and differing point of views. How do you see the next steps playing out to drive alignment across this board on the appeals process?
So did everybody hear the question? Okay.
Let's take a stab together at the process that lies before us. We would like to continue in different locations in California to receive public comment. And Liz and I are planning to do so on October 20th in Los Angeles. And then our next board meeting is slated for the Central Valley on Tuesday, November 15th. And again, we'd like to have the informal workshop the day prior, Monday, November 14th. Once we've done that, we will have scheduled 5 opportunities for in-person and Zoom public input. And with our attorney, Greg Forrest, we would like to put together some rough drafts for the board and the public to consider, since we haven't, as I said earlier, put pen to paper. I think it will be easier for people to engage with us when we do have some written work product around that. To that end, though, there are still some basic questions that have come up among us that we would like the board and the public's input on. Specifically, we're hoping that our October 20th workshop in Los Angeles, we can do a deeper dive into what are ways that the board can foster greater public engagement. What are the specific ways the board can engender greater public engagement in the appeals process? I know that we have received many comments about how to amplify that during the permitting process. What can we do in addition to making suggestions and recommendations to DTSC, but what can we as a board do in the appeal process to foster greater engagement? We're going to talk about that in October, and we have probably some cleanup questions to bring to the November workshop. But to answer your question more specifically, Sushma, I'm hopeful that at that point, our team here might spend December on drafting materials to bring to what could be a January meeting. What would you want to? And
I would also emphasize just the ask of the public to participate in these workshops, where we hope to have more time allotted and in the discussion process, because we do have, more limited time during these board meetings. And also to welcome additional questions and presentations that anybody in the public may hope to present to us, because these questions do, they are very complex, and with even within the questions we may pose, there might be other additional topics that people in the public might want to bring up that maybe we overlook. So I do want to keep and ask the public to remain engaged during this process.
Thank you. Anyone else on the board have a thought or question, Georgette?
Yeah, I have I don't have a question, just more of a generic thought overall in terms of recognizing both of our board members for taking the leadership on this. I really appreciate the work that you all are doing and will continue to do to try to come up with a proposal that is as robust as possible. And I really also just want to stress the importance of the public to participate, because that's the only way we're going to be able to figure out what are the issues, and sometimes it's easier to raise issues. I want to stress possible solutions, just because although we are that's why we're here and we're going to strive for that. But I think if we do hear solutions to some of these issues, that will be extremely beneficial. Today I heard a lot about the issues, and I think that's good. But as we proceed forward, I really want to challenge the stakeholders to come up with some solutions as well. And for me, I am looking to create a appeals process that is more accessible to impacted community members. That's what I'm interested in. I recognize the industry, and I am sensitive to the industry, but I think it's an opportunity to really make this process more accessible. So I'm going to be challenging myself to really look at this from that lens, and really hope that the industry also can appreciate that there are community members that are impacted, and how do we bring the industry to be more sensitive to that and not be more defensive. So I'm looking at the industry representatives because I do want to challenge you on that. We got to recognize that there are a certain sector of the population. And let me just explain why that's important to me. I come from that industry, from that community. I currently still live in one of those communities. And sometimes those community members don't have an ability to engage. So we have an opportunity to do something different. And I really want to challenge the folks that are representing the industry to really think about it in such a way. How do we create something that is more accessible? Because you all know you do have accessibility. So how do we flip it? And how do we create this process that creates that ability? So I'm looking forward to that discussion. I'm looking forward to hearing more possible solutions. And once again, thank you to both of our members for taking the leadership on this.
Thank you, Georgette. I also want to recognize the work that was already put in by Alexis and by Lizette. Thank you. My comment is we've only scratched the surface in terms of performance metrics. And as you engage further on the appeals process, if you can also be thinking about how we can use performance metrics as a signal to evaluate and assess whether we are meeting the overall goals of this appeals process. Thank you.
One thing that came up over and over again was the permit process and how that obviously informs the path to a permit appeal and the concerns that people have about that. So we're schooling ourselves deeply in the actual permitting process, and we'll be working more with DTSC about understanding those different benchmarks along the permit process where there are opportunities, whether it's through the public engagement team, the EJAC team, the board, where we can actually expand the engagement in that part of the process, which hopefully will result in more information coming forth for the permitting process, more openness and transparency, and create a record that's fuller for us. So when we look at a permit appeal, we want to see the whole record, right? Everything that went on and went into it. And so if there are more opportunities for engagement along the way, I think it'll be, and I'm not assuming that there isn't. I'm hearing that people feel there is not adequate opportunity for public engagement along the permit process, understanding where the permit process is in terms of its cycle. and the public engagement, I think it'll yield a more informed and engaged public as we get to the permit appeals process. So while it's not our authority for the permitting process, it's a necessity for us to more fully understand it and engage in it ourselves as a board, be aware of it, be attentive to it, so that we understand those as we get into the appeals process. So I think this is very useful to hear that from everyone, right? Both in terms of the recommendations that are being made. We're going to ask, I believe, for a second layer under it. Why are you recommending? Why is it okay? Why is 30 days okay, or 45 or 90? What disadvantages are there if it moves from 30 to 45 or 60 when we're sitting on permits that might have taken way longer than that, right? And as somebody mentioned, it's people lose track of them when they're in process for a long time. So how do we continuously communicate the stage that a permit is in and the opportunities for engagement? And then why would a permit appeal be fast-tracked, right? And I call fast-track 30 days, and then how long do we have to respond to it? We don't want these permits sitting unresponded to. And I'm sure industry doesn't. You want to know whether you have a permit or you don't, what you have to do. The community wants to know that the permit is protective and that they understand it. So how do we pull that together, right? Because I think somebody made note that the agency and the permittee are in constant contact over a long period of time. How is the public aware of those contacts over time? And Chuck, even you mentioned that. You did from a different perspective, Angela and Dawn, and we've heard community members who didn't know that was happening. So how can we help with that? How can we work with DTSC? Because public engagement is important to us. It's a key, important factor for the agency and language equity. How are we dealing with that? We have our meetings translated simultaneously. We have channels for at least Spanish speaking. We could respond if a request was made in yet another language. We would add that to our meetings. And we don't have that. We're not getting that. So what's our outreach effort to more fully engage non-English speaking people in this process? Besides just making something available that isn't necessarily being engaged in, we must be missing a step. So I think there are a lot of different paths to further engagement that we're looking at and that I know DTSC is looking at. And when the facilities are called upon to hold any kind of public meeting, how is that the most robust, most inclusive, most expansive opportunity, right? How is it facilitated? How do we hear it? So I think while we have mandates, we also have the opportunity to provide a safe, open place for dialogue from all interested parties. And that's what we're trying to do here in order to arrive at our final recommendations. Does that sum us up a bit, Lizette?
Yeah, and I feel like at least something that I've been hearing, and not just when it has to do with this topic, is the need for community to receive more assistance with technical assistance. How can we make that possible? And I know Chair Rizzo, you mentioned, to start thinking about, the budget, whether it's adequate enough. And if that's something that, that we're going to be asking for, I feel like it's something we're going to be asking for at some point, the increase of technical assistance to definitely this matter when it comes to permit appeals.
So that will just require another deep dive and a very a real recommendation. So we can just talk about what we need, but we have to now take it and translate that into proposals. So I'm looking to you for that one. Okay. Any other comments before we go to Alexis?
Just a short one, listening to the comments that we've heard at our August meeting yesterday and today. would it be something the board would find useful if we were to work with the DTSC permitting folks who are embarked on many permit reforms to make their permit issuance thorough, timely, responsive? But one thing the board has a platform of doing is we could, without making a big agenda item out of it, we could simply list the hazardous waste facility permits whose comment period is about to open or whose comment period is currently open. And we could then also list the facilities where a permit has just recently been issued or is projected to be issued between now and the next board meeting. It would just be sort of a link back to what DTSC's work is without the board getting involved in that, but just noting that this is part of the throughput, for lack of a more glamorous term, of what's happening on the permitting side of the house. We have a different audience, perhaps, than some of the specific facility permitting audiences. So just food for thought for the board to react to if that's worth doing. And if so, then we would find it a productive way of working with DTSC to do that. That's
Thank you for that.
I agree to Alexa's point. I think there was a comment earlier about how some basic information around the timelines of permits and where permits are, like in terms of the status of the permits, are somehow being missed in translation. So perhaps we start with an audit or a view of what exists on DTSC's website, and then really think about how we might enhance it and communicate that through our website as an additional channel.
Understanding too, which we will dive into, what the we have 70 or 80 people on this Zoom. We've been averaging somewhere around 100 for most of our meetings, I think. I'm sure there's a number of people who also are on different DTSC open forums and meetings. There was a PTI last night that maybe some people were on, or maybe they weren't. And so how can we also create a communication strategy that takes the best of all of what everybody's doing, gets it out there, and that we cross-check each other and cross-reference each other's communications so that we maximize it and that we're consistent in how we do that. And I think that's an area that we haven't even begun to further develop yet, our own internal communication strategies. I mean, our website is fine, but it's just fine. It's pretty static. And we know that we need to make it more robust. We need to develop more tools, more ways of communicating and hearing back from people. So that's on our agenda in terms of our own infrastructure and our own staffing, as to having that be a priority. And then as we develop the role of the ombuds going forward, which we'll be talking about more in November, and Swati will be addressing it in her report a little bit later, how do we maximize that? How do we look at the facilities and prioritize the facilities up for permits, potential appeals, and how is the ombuds engaging perhaps in prioritizing those communities right away, because we know something is going to be coming up about it. So we have a lot to think about in that area. And again, we welcome your thoughts and comments on that. Any other board discussion or comments besides our gratitude for all the input? I think what we're changing the yes, Georgette.
I have a suggestion for, I know that we've talked about it, but I don't know in terms of when we're going to get to, but I think it's urgent. I think in relation to this process, the appeals process, and updating it, and the permitting process that DTSC is going through, and even our own meetings alone, I think there's a need to fast track a public participation strategy. Understand what it is right now and how do we improve it. And I think this is outside of the context of this conversation right now, but I just feel like there's a synergy that we might need to get to it sooner than later, just because there's a lot of things that we're doing. There's a lot of things that DTSC is doing, and really public participation is essential. And it sounds like it's okay, And there's a lot of room for improvement. So I just would like for us to perhaps think about, getting into that process sooner than later.
Thank you. Sushma?
So responding to Georgette's comment, fully agree that we need to have a more concerted effort to build out our own public engagement approach. We are going to, in a few minutes or after lunch, speak about the operating plan. One of our strategic objectives in the operating plan is public engagement. And I'd love for us to talk about how do we build out the substance behind how we're going to deliver on this vision that we have to engage our public more deeply.
Thank you. Given the delays this morning, we're going to make a slight change in the agenda. We'll have the presentation on the operational plan after lunch, but we will now go as promised to public comments for anything not on the agenda. So not permit appeals, not operational plan, but anything that's not on today's agenda that any member of the public wants to make a statement about, leave a comment with us. We're now open for public comments for items not on the agenda. Jess? I think we have one hand up.
I got kicked off Zoom.
You got kicked off.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. For those of us joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands from your Zoom toolbar in order to provide public comment, and we will call upon you to unmute and turn on your camera. For those of us who are joining in person, if you would also raise your hand to avoid a queue forming at the front of the room. So we will, Yeah. So we will start with our raised hand. And Cynthia Babbage, you now have the floor and the opportunity to start your video. If you please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Cynthia, you're still muted.
Okay, there you go. Well, I was trying, but I was being blocked. So I just wanted to say in this general public comment period that I appreciate hearing the proposal to elevate the public participation process with the board. I think that's like really critical. I realize that some of us are more determined than others, but probably the last 3 meetings we have been really a struggle. And I accept your apologies. It's not your fault. I'm not just trying to, keep ripping off the scab, but it's just too much for people to be able to participate. So elevating that, I think, is keen. And then I just also want to say, I've heard the talk about asking for more money. And along the same lines, I feel like, okay, well, at least with the money you have, you need to prioritize how where you're having your meetings to make sure that the technology is appropriate. And I think that you've contracted with people to do that. So I just want to say, let's prioritize some of that, because I would want to support the board having the money and the resources they need to do their fantastic job. But asking for more when things aren't working so good doesn't really bode well. So those are kind of the comments I have. I know we're playing a lot of catch up today. And I do appreciate the opportunity to participate. The Zoom is something that has become very important to me. It's a little bit harder for me to travel. I will be seeing you on the 20th when you come to my neck of the woods. But, let's make it the best that it can be so that we're spending most of our time on the solutions to the problems and not on connectivity.
Any other public comments? It's for items not on the agenda.
Oh, Dante, yeah.
Okay, so Dante McGill, if you would like to, we're going to ask you to unmute at this time. If you could please state your name and affiliation for the record. Give us just a moment.
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name is Dante McGill, and I'm with Healthy Contra Costa, formerly known as Healthy Richmond. I attended last month's meeting and did public comment regarding the Brookside site development, representing the North Richmond community and other resident leaders. And I just want to thank the board members that were able to come yesterday and participate in our community tour. The community organizers, the county, the public health department that showed up, and other residents that pulled up. We're really, really grateful for this, and we are really excited for what's going to come out of it. And I just want to reemphasize the points that we made yesterday, which is the need to protect the youth health and well-being at this site. For this potential cleanup, there's at Verde Elementary School, which is like right behind the site. And there's also the local farm called Urban Tilth, which is right across the street from the cleanup site. And we hope that we can participate in strengthening the air monitoring and communications related to the site, so that the community knows that when the wind is blowing a certain way or how fast it is, that it might potentially expose them to the contaminated soil at the site or whatever. They'll be able to know and be able to protect themselves. And then we also requested for some sort of need for an extension of time. The community needs to learn about the issue and all the other potential effects related to like groundwater and sea level rise. And time is key for this. And lastly, we do emphasize the right to be involved. Just as many comments today talked about community engagement, like how do we go from a model of community engagement to like community ownership, where people are embraced and meaningfully involved at every step of the process, whether it be research, the decision making. And we hope that there can be potential like funding that will go into the community to hire some sort of expert to kind of be that person to unpack all these heavy documents and review them with us. And yeah, so that's kind of like what I have today. So just thank you all for attending yesterday, and we hope to have more representation soon in the future. Thank you.
We didn't catch every single thing you said. The volume was a little challenging, but what are you saying, Sushma? Sure, but I think Liz was going to respond.
Probably the same comment.
Same comment? You were.
Thanks, Dante. Yeah, I was just going to say that after our lunch break, we will be reporting back on our visit yesterday, and also submit a memorandum to the board with full details regarding the issues discussed. So
and that'll be up on our website. So whenever we have a community meeting. Posted within a couple of weeks on our website. So thank you for that. So it's 12:30.
Just check if there's any more comments.
Are there any other comments? Anything else? English, Spanish? In person? Okay. All right, we're going to take a 1 hour break for lunch, and we will be back here at 1:28.
1:30.
I know, I like being facetious, precise. And then we'll come back here, and we will then have the presentation on the operational plan and continue on with our agenda apace. So thank you for your patience this morning, and for all of you who are present and made comments. We appreciate every bit of it. Thank you.
Can you, Brian, would you please post the break time?
Welcome back, everybody. For those of you on
Recording in progress.
are coming back after lunch, and we good? Louder. Okay, I can be louder. Welcome back, everybody. We have another agenda change given timing. This next agenda item is a report from DTSC leadership. This is a report and board questions for any clarification. Then we'll go on to the next agenda item, which is the board's operating plan presentation. So I want to welcome and thank Chief Deputy Francesca Negri for joining us today from Sacramento and coming bearing the gift of the DTSC leadership report. Welcome, Francesca.
All right, thank you. Can everybody hear me? All right. Well, first of all, thank you so much. It's always an honor and such a privilege to share with you progress on some of DTSC's top priorities. And I really appreciate the collaborative partnership that we're sharing together, and looking forward to continuing that into the end of the year and into next. So I'm going to share with you some updates related to the end of the legislative session. I'm going to share with you some announcements that we've recently made in enforcement and permitting, and then end with a very high-level overview of our budget, since we just closed our 21-22 budget. So starting with our legislative overview, our Office of Legislation and Regulatory Review has been really busy. It's the end of the legislative session. And as you recall, last year, the legislature enacted key governance and fiscal reforms to improve transparency, accountability, and fiscal stability for DTSC. And we're working very hard to implement these critical efforts. For this year, we've been privileged to review over 90 pieces of legislation for this year's session. Of those, we fully analyzed 15 bills that successfully passed the legislature. 8 of those have been already signed by the governor. 7 remain on his desk for review and action. He has until September 30 to take action on those bills, so hopefully we'll know sooner rather than later. These bills cover a wide range of issues related to DTSC, from our Safer Consumer Products program to major policy shift in batteries and battery embedded products, which have contributed a large amount to household hazardous waste. So to inform DTSC staff on legislatively mandated activities each year, we publish an annual legislative mandate report. And this report's available on our website. It describes any new or revised requirements or procedures that DTSC is required to follow. Most bills take effect on January 1st of the following year, and bills with an urgency clause like budget trailer bill take effect on the date they're signed, and some legislation also includes specific provisions on their effective date, and that's included in our report. So also throughout the legislative session, or when bills become signed, we work with the Department of Finance to identify any resources that might be necessary for DTSC to implement the provisions of the legislation. We do that through the budget change proposal, or BCP process. I know you've heard that acronym before. And they're approved as part of the enacted budget. And why that I bring that up is if this is to be the case in the future, then we'll have that conversation with you about the impact of the fees. Once the report is complete, we'll ensure a copy is shared with you and your staff. You can find previous legislative mandate reports on our website at dtsc.ca.gov /legislative-publications if you want to look at the last couple of years of reports. I have to say, we very much appreciate the cooperative working relationship that we've had with the legislature during last year's reform efforts. We look forward to continuing that cooperation as we implement some of these important pieces of legislation. And we welcome new members in the next legislative session. So moving on, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about violation scoring procedure. DTSC's violation scoring procedure, or VSP, is a measurement tool that considers a permitted hazardous waste facility's most significant violations before assigning it to one of three compliance tiers: acceptable, conditionally acceptable, and unacceptable. And DTSC is set to issue its fourth year of VSP decisions to facilities in the next few days. DTSC uses tools such as VSP to ensure better compliance with our hazardous waste laws, to ensure better protection of people and the environment, and ultimately safer communities. The VSP regulations require that we take a look at a 10-year period of facilities compliance history that is represented by a facility score and corresponding tier assignment. Scores for each facility are issued on or before September 30 of each year. State regulations allow facilities to challenge their tier assignments through what's called a tier assignment challenge. And through this process, a facility must present compelling evidence to support a change in their tier assignment, despite its VSP score. VSP brings closer scrutiny to facilities and triggers a detailed analysis for their compliance history. While many facilities may receive high VSP scores due to historical compliance issues, it's possible some will be able to successfully demonstrate through their challenges that the historical violations do not present current potential for environmental releases and harm. That said, 12 legal challenges have been filed against DTSC regarding the VSP regulations and facility-specific scores. Out of them, DTSC has so far successfully brought 2 cases to trial and won. In the meantime, changes to VSP are being considered in partnership with community feedback and the regulated industry alike. And a decision on those proposed changes is expected to be made before the end of the fiscal year. I wanted to give you a heads up that DTSC issued a draft permit decision on its oldest continued permit, and for the facility Fibrotech. A public meeting was held last night to provide information on the permit conditions, to answer questions, and accept official public comment. Fibrotech's draft permit is more restrictive than the permit it's currently operating under, and aligns with DTSC's commitment to streamline, speed up, and bolster its permits. The draft permit is issued for a proposed 5-year term rather than the normal 10-year term. We're issuing permits that are more comprehensive and protective through our permit improvement process. Permits issued today provide greater clarity about what's expected of a permittee, are more enforceable, and point to modern best practices for controlling releases and managing hazardous waste. We look forward to reviewing the full range of public comment related to this draft permit decision, and will issue official responses by our public comment period for the draft proposed permit closes in mid-October, and we'll issue a final permit decision in February. I'd like to update you, moving on, I'd like to update you on the final implementation of DTSC's cost recovery management system, which we refer to as CRMS. And this system is going to enable DTSC to track its cost recovery and hold responsible parties accountable more effectively for the costs associated with cleanup. The third and final phase of this IT project is scheduled to be released tomorrow, and it completes our $13 million multi-year effort to replace the antiquated cost recovery billing system. Once it's fully up and running, CRMS will be a comprehensive system to track cost recovery activities, automatically generate collection letters, track settlements and judgments, and provide an external website to allow responsible parties to view invoices and manage payments. And notwithstanding the technical difficulties that you all experienced here today, I just want to say how proud I am of our team for this groundbreaking project. It's being released on time within budget, thanks to the diligent efforts of a myriad of DTSC staff and our consultant collaborators. Most importantly, the successful implementation of this tool allows us to effectively manage our resources and fiscal services and cost recovery activities, documentation and data, and it'll allow us to ensure that responsible parties pay their fair share. It's been a model of success, and I wanted to recognize the hard work of our DTSC team. So finally, I'd like to provide you just with an overview of some budget numbers and update you on the 2022-23 budget. Next slide, please. Where am I supposed to advance? I can do that. All right. As a bit of background, particularly for the public watching today's meeting, DTSC has 7 major program areas in its budget, and these include our various cleanup programs under the site mitigation and restoration and excise programs, the hazardous waste management program, which oversees how hazardous waste is managed and disposed of, the Safer Consumer Products program that seeks the removal of dangerous chemicals from consumer products, and our state certified unified program agency program, where DTSC acts as the CUPA for Trinity and Imperial counties. Includes the Board of Environmental Safety and general administration such as human resources, fiscal services, public outreach, etc. So our programs are funded from a number of different funding sources, including the state's general fund, the Toxic Substances Control Account, and the Hazardous Waste Control Account. The importance of this will become more apparent in a couple of slides when I discuss how recent fee reform has provided additional funding for DTSC. So last year, we spent a total of $438 million. For context, this is roughly $130 million more than we spent in the prior year. And for further context, when I started with DTSC, we had a budget in the realm of about $250 million. As you can see on the slide, the total spent last year, the largest expenditures were for our site mitigation related activities, including the cleanup of the Exide facility and surrounding neighborhoods. And you can also see on the slide that the 3 largest fund sources for DTSC last year were the Toxic Substances Control Account, which funds site mitigation and our Safer Consumer Products program, the Hazardous Waste Control Account, which supports oversight of companies that generate or manage hazardous waste, and finally the state's general fund, which in particular is supporting our Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative. Notably, the 2021-22 budget included over $500 million in initiatives for which we were expected to spend money over multiple years. In particular, this includes the Cleanup for Vulnerable Communities initiative and cleanup around the Exide facility in Vernon. In both these cases, DTSC will continue to implement these initiatives and spend down over those amounts over several years. The new fiscal year began on July 1st, and DTSC received a total of $585 million in the state budget. This includes several significant new investments, all intended to enhance DTSC's protection of communities and the environment. And the most significant of those include $50 million in additional spending from the fee reform legislation approved in 2021, which increased fees that support DTSC's core programs. These fees increases go into effect in 22-23 and will allow us to enhance our delivery of services in the following ways: providing funding for the Board of Environmental Safety, roughly doubling the capacity of the Safer Consumer Products program, supporting the development of a hazardous waste management plan, allowing us to increase investigation and enforcement to ensure compliance with hazardous waste control laws and regulations, and additional resources to fortify our Office of Environmental Equity to make sure that we are working effectively with local communities. The budget also includes an additional $100 million for our Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative grants and an additional $100 million for cleanup of properties around Exide. The budget also provided $47 million for DTSC to clean up in general fund. I want to make that clear, to clean up contaminated soil exposed by the wildfire that decimated the town of Greenville in 2021. We also received additional funding for the cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab and the oversight of metal shredder facilities. With those additional budgeted resources, we now have as I indicated, $585 million in 22 and the budget year 22-23. Of this total, nearly 3/4 is for our cleanup activities in the site mitigation and restoration program in Exide. We also received significant increases for hazardous waste management program and safer consumer products program. In fact, the approved budget nearly doubled our safer program. As was the case last year, these funding sources make up a large majority, over 80% of DTSC's budget this year. These are the Toxic Substances Control Account and the Hazardous Waste Control Account, which benefited from fee reform, as well as the state's general fund, which is supporting our CBCI and Greenville cleanup efforts in particular. So thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, Sushma.
Thank you so much, Francesca. This was really, really valuable information. I have 3 questions for you. I'll start with the first one. For the VSP program, do you offer any exemptions for facilities that are maybe going through a permit appeal process, or any exemptions at all, or does every permitted facility get a VSP scoring every year?
We don't, there are no exemptions. You know, the VSP scores are one tool that we use to consider in our permit decision. They're not the only tool that we use in developing the permit decision.
Perfect, thank you. My second question is, what other metrics or KPIs do you use to track the success of the VSP program?
So one metric is, of course, getting the VSP out on time, right?
And on time means annually for every facility?
Okay. Correct. And the other metric, of course, is, you know, we're still fairly new with this. So we've held some public workshops and we are still gathering information to see if the current regulations are the right regulations to use for this particular program. And I want to emphasize that because we've had some public engagement with respect to this. You know, certainly taking a look at how the VSP program is enhancing our enforcement program. I mean, I think it's had a tremendous effect in improving our enforcement activities and ensuring that they, and it's brought an opportunity for us to look at those enforcement activities and to think about ways to be more consistent with those activities. So we're still in the development of metrics related to that particular aspect of VSP, which is how do our enforcement activities, you know, how do we measure progress in our enforcement activities? And we have a plan for that, and it's going through the review process at this point.
So just so I understand it, is the enforcement team different from the team that does the VSP inspections?
The VSP scores are based on enforcement inspections.
But they're 2 different teams. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have teams of inspectors that do the inspections themselves, and then we have a separate team that calculates the scores from those inspections and comes up with the facility score on an annual basis. And I wanted to say one more thing about metrics. Certainly, one metric could be the success that we've been having with our litigation with respect to it. And to be clear, this litigation is primarily being brought by facilities who may disagree with the regulations themselves or disagree with the score.
Okay. I have one more question. Sorry. First, for those of you that haven't already seen this, on DTSC's website, I noticed that you have a list of all the facilities and the VSP outcome, which is really easy to understand and navigate. So thank you for that.
Sure.
My third question is, in an earlier chart, you showed the spend profile based on programs of site mitigation versus permitting and so on. Do you have any data that talks about your public engagement or participation spend across all the programs?
That is a really great question. We don't have a dashboard specific to that. But it would be a good idea for us to provide that information, and we can certainly get that information. We have a very, we've been working on how we code our time. We have a project that's going on right now to tighten up how we track our time and what, how we, and what funding sources pay for that time. So I expect that that project to be completed sometime next year, and with that, we'll have much more robust data related to how we spend our public engagement dollars.
Yes. As you're pulling the data, it would be great to see the OPEX spend versus the personnel spend. So we could see like X number of public participation resources assigned to site mitigation versus permitting, and then the dollar amount.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, and we can even do that now. I would just say the data will be better next year, and even more so because we're bringing on people, additional public participation staff as a result of the fee and governance reform.
Exactly, and whatever data you have now will be a useful benchmark for us as we think about improvements.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Also a violation scoring procedure question. I was wondering, how is it handled? It's so typical when an inspector goes out and does a compliance inspection, comes back in, prepares a compliance or inspection report. Let's say it goes to negotiation and resolution with the facility, and there's an administrative enforcement agreement in which typically a facility would not admit to the violations in order to resolve the matter in this piece of paper, in this consent agreement. Speaking not judicially, just administratively, how does VSP treat those either alleged or actual violations once it's addressed in a follow-up compliance action?
That's a really great question. I am not the technical expert on that particular question, and I'll have to get back to you on it.
I appreciate it, because I know I've sort of been wondering how we take that into the permit appeals context when a community is saying such and such is in violation. We want to be able to kind of track back and understand.
Right.
That. So super, we'll follow up
Yeah.
with your team. Thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry. Building on my earlier question on the public engagement dollars, do you also track, for let's just say site mitigation funding, do you also track how much money may be going into the communities themselves for job training or community incentives type of efforts?
So historically, we haven't had, the funding that we receive is pretty restrictive in how we use it. So with CVCI, we receive some specific funding for technical grants, which we are working on that program right now. Of course, we've got, our Brownfields grant program that we're working on, and we have some monies available for community benefit agreements. We're trying to come up with that framework right now, developing that framework. So historically, we haven't necessarily been funded for those activities, but we'll be able to track specifically once these programs are fully implemented, the dollars going specifically to that. And then the benefit derived from that is part of the metrics we'll be tracking as well.
Do you have an understanding of how some of those funds have been dispersed so far? I know that there were a couple of things that were included in SB 158 related to the brownfield, increase in brownfields funding, technical assistance, and local job training.
Right. So as I indicated, the workforce training and the technical grants and the community benefit agreements programs are all still under development. We did distribute over $75 million in grant funding for brownfields cleanup out of the grant program.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll track that with you and report
Yes.
back to the board. We'll ask for that. I have a question about the cost recovery. program,
yes.
Because I like the concept.
Yeah.
But, so it's not a revenue stream, it's a recovery. How is it reflected? You've got the expense, the cost is somewhere.
Yes.
Dollars. Like, is there a percentage increase of 50% or 100%? Like, those dollars aren't called out, the cost recovery dollars as revenue. Do they go back into one of the other
Yeah.
accounts?
So
How does that work?
Yeah, so they are actually a part of our budget.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I don't want to go into the governor's budget in the gallery. That gets pretty complicated, and I'm happy to go walk you through that if you want that level of detail. But cost recovery is factored into our budget, and so to your point, cost recovery. You know, when DTSC expends resources, we track those resources. And sometimes it's easy for us to track it right back to a responsible party that's known at the time we're expending the resources. In some cases, we actually have to do research on who, what is the portfolio of possible responsible parties that should be paying a portion of those costs. And so this system is going to help us. And we have a very robust cost recovery program that's been supported by the legislature with additional resources. This was the tool that we really didn't have. We didn't have the technology tool to adequately track, to make it transparent on our website, to provide responsible parties the ability to go onto the website and track their payments. And so we have that now. And it's also going to help us to follow up with follow-up letters. You know, sometimes the first letter we send out doesn't get, responded to, and it might take several times before we get a response. And some of these cases actually go into litigation at some point in the future. So this tool is going to help us manage all of that more effectively and efficiently.
Great. Other questions for Francesca from anyone? I have a question. Yes, Georgia.
Thank you also for the presentations, very informative. I just wanted to make sure. So the totality of the budget for DTSC is 585 million. Is that
correct?
Okay, just wanted to know. I think there was a previous slide that made mention the environmental justice. Did I see that correctly, or am I making it up? No.
That's the 21. I'm showing you the 21-22 budget.
Okay. Got it.
And then just you can see what the 2022 budget is. So environment, our EJ program, our Office of Environmental Equity, which is comprised of Tribal Affairs, Environmental Justice, and Office of Public Participation. Those programs are resourced out of the Fiscal and Governance Reform. And so they received additional resources this year to augment all of the other activities that are also augmented in this year's budget. And those include things like additional enforcement activities, site mitigation, and increase in site mitigation funding. So all of that's going to come with an increase in public participation, and they received additional resources for that. And we're hiring to fill those vacancies right now.
Got it. So is that reflected on the 585, or there's additional?
It's included in the 585.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I would love to hear more as it gets developed.
It's included in, when I talked about the major programs in DTSC, it's in the support programs category. Let me see if I can get back to that so I can give you the visual of what that is. So under the administration, it's included in that program.
Okay. I see.
It's lumped in with that. But to Sushma's point, we can certainly provide, we can provide you with specific budget detail on the funding that program receives to deliver its services.
Okay, that would be useful. And then I've been spending the last week on reading your strategic plan. I'm wondering, how is that reflective with this?
That's a fantastic question. That strategic, we spent a few years developing that strategic plan. Most of the prioritized actions or strategies within that strategic plan were considered at a time when we had a certain funding level. And so most of what we indicate in that plan should be able to be covered under with our current resource level, in other words. We're going to be doing an update to that strategic plan shortly in the next few months.
Okay.
It won't drastically change some of the prioritized actions or strategies. I'm using the term interchangeably.
Yeah.
Related to our environmental justice goal. Those will remain.
Okay.
The same.
I would be interested, and I mean, it would be interesting to see what the alignment is in terms of dollars to what we're trying to achieve and how that aligns.
Sure.
So that would be interesting.
Yeah, I would say that when we contemplated the environmental justice goal within the DTSC strategic plan, we didn't necessarily think that our Office of Environmental Equity was solely responsible for delivering those strategies.
Right.
We believe in the department that, equity belongs to everybody.
That's embedded. Of course. Yeah.
To deliver those programs.
And that makes sense.
So my expectation is that cross-programmatically, we commit to those prioritized actions. And so if I gave you the data about what we're, how public participation and the Office of Environmental Equity are funded, it wouldn't necessarily directly correlate with the resources that we will spend on those particular prioritized actions. That said, part of the coding improvement project that we're working on right now will specify the amount of time that we spend on strategic plan activities.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. I think in the spirit of trying to improve our transparency for the public, I think it would be. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
We may even have some preliminary data for you on that now.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Francesca. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
No. All right. Thank you. Yeah, it was very nice to see you all. Thank you.
I'll just conclude. My gratitude for the fact that just to
Report out that both the chief deputy and the director are in continuous availability to us. I don't think there's not a day that goes by that we don't get a response within half a day to any request or comment. Swathi meets with Francesca weekly. We have regular meetings with the deputy and with the director. So we are able to bring these issues that come up, not just in board meetings, but in our discussions or that come in from public comment. We have the opportunity to have those conversations, to report in on what we're hearing, and also to get information back out that is useful to us. So we've had a tremendous amount of cooperation in that regard. So I want to thank you for that. You're behind the pole, but you can hear me. Deputy Negri, thank you. Okay. I know that next is Sushma Bhatia, and you are going to walk us through the operational plan, or what are we calling it now? Yeah, operational plan. Thank you very much. We've had the internal debate about the difference between strategic, operational, actionable, as probably every consultant on planning has a different hierarchy of terms. But we're sticking with operational plan here for us, which follows strategic planning for DTSC. So I now turn it over to you, Sushma, and appreciate all the work that you primarily with our executive officer and a modest amount of input from myself have accomplished. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. And thank you all for waiting patiently for the most exciting part of the agenda, which is the operating plan. Okay, can you all hear me? I also invite you to come to the front bench. and be really engaged. Okay, wonderful. All right, let me set a quick preamble before walking through the slides and the content of the operating plan. We've spoken about the operating plan in previous meetings, but I think it's worth re-reviewing the guiding principles we use to arrive where we are today. And a big caveat that we're talking about a draft operating plan. We still have a way to go before finalizing this because we want more public input and more discussion before we consider this complete. All right. So these are our guiding principles. As you can see, the very first thing we want you to keep in mind is that this is a living document. This means that we will continue to edit the document as we onboard and learn more from the communities about what's important to them and what are the issues we are faced with. The second is that the strategy for the board has been created by the legislature and it's codified in SB 158. So this document in front of us is largely anchored in SB 158. We understand that, of course, 158 is a bit of an unwieldy document. It's not designed to be consumable by our stakeholders and our communities. So we'd like for you to think of this operating plan as a consumable document for you to more easily understand the issues that the board, all of us, will engage with. And the third point here is that the operating plan itself only covers the guardrails or the topics and themes that we will engage on. There's a lot more detail that we still need to develop and unpack in terms of what exactly we will do, by what date, and the process we use to arrive at all those details. So think of this as phase one. We know that there is a phase two coming. It's what we're going to call the implementation plan. That'll have a lot more detail and depth on the how. So this is the what, there will be a how document. Okay. We talked about public engagement. You've heard me at previous board meetings invite members of the public to provide input into this process of creating this operating plan. We have not gotten much input, to be completely candid. We have some preliminary input from Ingrid from Center for Race, Poverty and Environment, but we would like more members of the community and our stakeholders to engage. So the very first thing we'll do after releasing now, you all have a copy of this version. Please feel free to reach out to us over email and we will set up times with you to hear your input. We're also going to set up a workshop style discussion a day prior to our next board meeting, more details to follow. So that'll be yet another opportunity. I also want to call out that there were other community organizations that engaged. The PSR, LA, and CBE also engaged in providing some very preliminary input. Thank you. They will. Thank you. All right. Okay, so now for our operating plan. There are 3 sections to our operating plan. You can all see them in your packets. The first section is what we call our purpose. So why are we here? What is our mission statement? The second is our approach, which think of those as our values and how we expect to carry out in delivering our operating plan. And then the third piece is our strategic objectives. So I'm going to walk you through each of those pieces. They're in your packet and they're also in the slide deck that I'm sharing. So our purpose is grounded in 158. You can see the code reference here in blue. I want to call out that enhancing public health through reduced exposure to toxics is our very broad purpose. But ideally and very specifically, we want to focus on the burdened and vulnerable communities, making sure they're getting attention. So the second section of our operating plan covers our approach. There are some critical values that we want to embody as we serve the broader purpose. And those are the values that you see here. It's important to us that, and this was expressed by every board member when I connected with them to solicit input, that transparency is critical to how we serve on this board. Number 2 is accountability, making sure we deliver and hold ourselves accountable, but also through our metrics and reporting, ensure and drive more accountability to the best extent possible for DTSC's programs. And the third, most importantly, is building deeper trust with the communities. Of course, one of the ways in which we do that is by being transparent and by holding ourselves accountable. But those are the 3 values we call out in our approach. Okay, now for the meat of the operating plan, or I should say maybe vegetables of the operating plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No methane in this one.
Yes. Okay. So we have a variety of 6 strategic objectives. Those are the ones you can see on the slide. I'll just quickly read them out. They are in no particular order, but this is our categorization of all the content we saw in 158 and how we've categorized them into these 6 broader themes. The first one is fee structure. Second is fiscal responsibility. Third, environmental justice. Fourth, public engagement. Fifth is permitting. And the last one is performance metrics and reporting. All right. Okay, so now I'm going to walk you at a very high level through what is included in under each of those strategic objectives. There's lots of words on each of these slides. The goal is not to read all these words, but to give you a sense of what's behind each strategic objective. We invite you to please review this information at your own time and reach out to us and provide and have a discussion or provide input. All right, so in the fee structure is again specifically lifted from SB 158. This is one area where the mandate is very clearly laid out. You can see the code references here. As 158 stipulates, we will set the fee structure by regulation for various scenarios that are outlined here. We will also conduct an annual analysis of the fee structure. And the goal of this annual analysis is to ensure that there's adequate funding for us as a board to carry out all the activities listed here, plus to ensure that DTSC has adequate resourcing to meet their obligations. The fee structure also includes some logistics on how we will handle prepayment return for the operating facilities in California. So all of this is under strategic objective number 1, which is fee structure. I'm now moving on to strategic objective number 2, which is fiscal responsibility. So under fiscal responsibility, really we want to ensure that the public funds are being used judiciously. So with that in mind, we're going to do 2 things. One is we will review and consider for approval all of DTSC's directors' priorities. And the second thing, so this is, you can see the code reference here, it's anchored in 158. The second thing we will do is to conduct an analysis of DTSC's programs. Specifically, we want to identify any areas of overlap or collaboration with other governmental agencies, which is why we have board liaisons set up to work with various state agencies. So talking about the liaising duties, the SB 158 specifically calls out our responsibility to liaise with the Department of Defense. So that's included in our operating plan. Broadly speaking, we will conduct an analysis of all of the appropriated general fund monies to make sure that they're being utilized judiciously until the funds have been liquidated. So all that concludes the mandate we have in front of us for under the operating strategic objective number 2, which is fiscal responsibility. So I'm moving on now to strategic objective number 3, which is environmental justice. Okay. So I want to call out here that the mandate itself has referenced environmental justice and the intent for us to do more to serve these communities. However, it is not very prescriptive in how we will serve our environmental justice mandate. So there's more room here for us to add more detail into the operating plan, which is where we would like to solicit public input. But in terms of what is written into SB 158, there's a specific reference to forming an advisory subcommittee to assist in the development of a forum that represents these communities. So that's part of our operating plan. Additionally, we feel like we are in a position to use our platform as the board to amplify existing environmental justice initiatives that are already underway across the state. So we've added that to our operating plan. As you can see, bullet number 2 on this slide, there is no code reference because it is not a part of SB 158. It is something we felt like we have the capacity and have a platform to do. Okay, yeah, looking forward to more inputs from the community on this specific topic. Moving now to our strategic objective number 4, which is public engagement. SB 158 calls out that we will explicitly receive complaints and suggestions through an ombudsperson, so through Jessica, who we've hired and onboarded. We will also solicit public engagement and input as the state DTSC develops its hazardous waste management plan. So that's part of this objective. And lastly, we will engage. We've started the engagement process on permit appeals, but we will continue to solicit public input as we consider permit appeals decisions. So all that is part of our strategic objective 4, which is public engagement. In our last few board meetings, we also heard that there is a need for more public engagement that goes above and beyond the notifications or translation of existing information. And there's room for us to be more focused in providing or creating outreach opportunities with communities. So we've added some language to our operating plan. Again, this is an area we would like to get more input from you to make sure we are meeting the goals of the communities. I realize I'm moving through this fairly quickly. This is a wrapper for our work. This is the beginning of a conversation, so there'll be more opportunities. Okay, moving now to strategic objective number 5, which is permitting. So in the area of permitting, we will, as the mandate calls out, work with DTSC to find efficiencies in the permitting process. We understand that DTSC routinely engages in these Lean Six Sigma studies. So to the extent there's further improvements, opportunities, we will work with them to identify those. Additionally, you've heard us talk about permit appeals process. We will continue to analyze and drive decisions related to permit appeals. And we've added here that this is going above and beyond what the mandate says, that we will establish some sort of norms and expectations for community engagement during the permitting process so that we can maximize public awareness. I'm calling this out because this isn't specifically written out in 158, but it's an area that we feel like we need to engage further. There's room for us to solicit public input and modify this or edit this to make sure the community needs are being met. Okay. Lastly, performance metrics and reporting. We, under this strategic objective, will present, because this is something that we're required to do, present an annual review of the department's performance to the Secretary of Cal EPA. You see the code reference here. We also added here that we will conduct an analysis of DTSC's performance metrics for each of their programs. And the intent here is to find ways for us as a board to meaningfully shape those KPIs that DTSC is using and to advise them on better ways to do that, so that we can collectively get to a place where we measure what matters to the communities and not just report on what exists. So that concludes the current state of the operating plan. I'm going to hand it over to you, Jeannie.
Thank you, Sushma. Read it thoroughly, deeply. There's an opportunity for public comment on both what was just presented by Sushma and any public comments that you want in the record about Deputy Negri's report. So are there any public comments on either one of those items or questions? In the instance of the, what?
That's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
Yes, Angela.
So just really quickly, while we have Angela coming to the podium, if you can state your name and affiliation for the record. For those of us joining on Zoom, if you would like to comment, please raise your hand using your Zoom toolbar.
Thank you, Jessica. I always forget that part.
Hi, I'm Angela Johnson-Mazares, Managing Attorney of the Community Partnerships Program at Earth Justice. And I wanted to,
Can I ask you to speak up a little bit?
I know, pretend you're not here.
Yes.
Be your own mic.
That's right. Be the mic you aspire to.
That's it.
All right. All right. Before this whole thing falls apart. That's right. You just come up really close. Let's talk. That's right. Okay. A little bit of fun after post lunch, right? It's like, all right, we can do this. So I'm Angela Johnson-Mazares. I am the managing attorney of the Community Partnerships Program at Earth Justice. And I wanted to raise an observation about the executive officer's report. And then I had a question about the operating plan, initiative, effort. So I want to speak for a second just to the VSP program, because I saw that there were lots of questions about it. And you know that I've been here before and raised this question about the urgent need to address VSP. And so I just want to highlight that the VSP program, as it is currently functioning at DTSC, remains fatally flawed and must be addressed. So you may all remember that we co-sponsored, along with the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights, a legislative effort to require DTSC to remove the fatal flaw of using math tricks to allow enforcement problems to go unaddressed in the permitting process, in contravention of the language in SB 673. Out of that process, DTSC worked very hard to make sure that our bill was stopped, along with a few other parties. And in exchange for that, we were told that DTSC was going to start a process to revisit the regulations. They did start that process in October 29th, 2021, almost a year ago. We submitted a set of comments along with 7 other organizations in response to that initial effort by DTSC. So now it's September 29th, 2022, and we've heard nothing, right? So this goes back to the conversation we were having earlier today about how time goes by. And it's not that there's not a benchmark, there's not a goal, there's not an objection, there's not a stated process. The things just don't happen. And so VSP remains fatally flawed. Actually, we have noted additionally things like information not being available online. One of our teammates in the Community Partnerships Program does a research and policy work with the team, and she's been tracking the implementation and tracking whether or not the documents are available, tracking how the public can keep track of this purported promise to ensure more transparency and visibility into what's happening around these enforcement questions. And the short answer is it's not happening. And I would be happy to go on all day about this, but I'm not going to.
Before you move on, can you provide us with the recommendations that you made?
Yes, I can.
I mean, they may be online, I don't know, but if you don't mind making it easier, if you provide it, you can send them to us.
Yes, I most definitely will. I will email it to you, a copy of the letter we submitted.
Thank you.
And the coming letters.
Yeah, whatever you got.
Yeah, because I know how to type. Anyway, so I'll send you those things, and make sure that you are kept in the loop as we raise
I
those
appreciate
questions. And then any other questions about that? Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to turn to I don't know, maybe I guess it's a question about the operating plan. So we talked this morning, because I'm a little bit confused. So we talked this morning in particular about the permitting and what the board's role was in permitting and how that process unfolds. And then I note that there is an objective that's all about permitting. And so I'm just wondering how those go together.
I could have almost planted this question. Thank you for asking.
But you didn't. It's good.
I didn't. Thank you. But you are absolutely right in that we came up with our areas of focus before or in parallel to that, we were creating the operating plan. And you're asking the question about how they connect together. And I actually have a proposal that I neglected to mention earlier about how we can connect the two better. So as a follow-up to the operating plan, you saw those 6 areas laid out, the strategic objectives laid out. I believe that most of those areas we have laid out as or called out as the area of focus for the board members. So specifically, objective 1 was fee structure, which Jeannie and I are on. Objective 2, which is fiscal responsibility. This is the one area we don't have anyone assigned specifically, but I will look to Swati so Swati and Jeannie have now assigned themselves to objective 2. Objective 3 is environmental justice. We already have Georgette and Lizette on it. Objective 4 is public engagement. For us, environmental justice and engagement were together. So I'm putting Georgette and Lizette as the leads for public engagement. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Well, it's the only time we can all talk to each other.
Yeah.
You're getting it wrong.
Yes, with support from our ombuds for public engagement. Objective 6 is permitting, and of course, Alexis and Lizette are on it. And then objective 6 is metrics, which is Georgette and me. Wait.
5 is permitting and objective 6.
Yes.
Yeah, so permitting,
yes.
it's permit appeals.
Is your microphone?
Permit appeals is members Lizette and member Alexis, but that with also that is the hazardous waste management plan, which is member Patia and member Ruiz. So I just wanted to call that out.
Sorry, just to clarify, I think if you look at the content under strategic objective 5, it is heavily focused on appeals. There is one other piece around efficiencies of the existing permitting process. So I propose that we have Alexis and Lizette lead it and solicit input from the other board members as needed.
Well, it's focused specifically on hazardous waste facilities, right? For the permit. And in order to effectively come up with the permit appeals process, it was always, at least in my head, that you have to understand how they got permitted to begin with and where the flaws are in that in order to advise DTSC or to raise issues during the permit appeals process that are troubled in the permitting process, if that's the case, or that we can recommend. But we work with DTSC's leadership we don't oversee it. So I'm sorry if
we don't govern it.
We
Hear
hear
the
the
permit
permit
appeals.
appeals.
We work with DTSC and we bring all of this to them. Every single public comment, every single report that's given to us in terms of what's happening
with permitting that's creating this, one, a backlog, two, VSPs that are, whether permit appeals officers are looking at enforcement issues when they're making that decision or not, or not taking CEQA into account. We want to explore, is that correct? Why? How are those decisions made? So we automatically, the reason we had the permitting team come to the last meeting, not just the permit appeals officer, was because they are so inextricably tied. So, but I think it's good that you're calling it back out and that Sushma called it out, because we saw permit appeals as our job, understanding permitting in order to do it, but it was important to call this section of 158 out to keep us absolutely focused on it. So I think you're raising the very question that was revealed to us just in the process of addressing permit appeals.
Sorry.
Okay.
And so I'm sorry, just to test for understanding. So on the objective 5, the 4th bullet says establish norms and expectations for community engagement during the hazardous waste facility permitting process. And so that's what you feel you're going to do. Right.
Because we have an obligation in 158, an overarching obligation about community engagement, environmental justice. So we need to infuse it into all 6 of these.
Okay.
However we describe our infusion is up for discussion, but it's there almost in every number, because we can't do the work properly if we don't infuse EJ into everything we're doing.
I agree.
But that's why it's there, not with a code next to it. It's, we can't do the work above if we don't do this, because we're called out. I mean, if you saw the legislative hearing on August 3rd, it was made intensely again to us what our obligation is and what the expectation is, and we take that very seriously.
Okay, and so then we should expect to see the implementation plan later that will fill out sort of like the how part of this.
And if you have suggestions on how, you have suggestions on what, any member of the public, we want to hear about it. This is, again, a draft to call your attention to how we're thinking about it, how we're interpreting not just 158, but our overarching obligation, which is, our mission. We need to infuse it throughout all these elements. So does that speak to?
It totally speaks to it. There's one unanswered question from Swati that I want to address, and then come back to you, Angela, if you have any more. And then Georgette has a comment. Great. So Swati, you called out hazardous waste management plan and where that fits in. If you look under the public engagement section, which is strategic objective number 4, bullet number 2 calls out our role in the hazardous waste management plan. It is specifically to make sure that we create opportunities to solicit public input as the state is finalizing its hazardous waste management plan. So that is our role. As written in 158, it's included in public engagement. And as Georgette drive the overall implementation plan, we owe you some input on how we expect to achieve this.
Yeah, I was just trying to call out the 2 board members that are assigned to that.
Yes. You're just trying to give me more work. I totally note that. Thank you. Angela, did you have other comments on the operating plan?
Actually, should I wait, Board Member Gomez? Okay.
Oh, no, I thought I had it. Maybe, and I apologize for maybe stepping out of line, but in objective 5, which is permitting, I think it's good, but I also think that one piece we're missing, which is the appeals process, which we have a full process already engaged that is not reflective here. But I think that should be pulled up. And under it is, how do we engage with the permitting process And I think it's beyond public engagement, because if we go back to the beginning conversation about appeals, if there is a link between how we're going to go, and I don't know where we're going to end up because we haven't finished that process, but if there is some work that comes from that process that we end up adopting, that it's influencing permitting, then we should link it here. And that goes beyond public engagement, right?
Right, I think the first bullet under permitting is work with DTSC's leadership to improve the timing and efficiency of the permit process, right?
Yeah.
Now, this calls out hazardous waste permit process. And so it might need to be expand.
So number 3 is the order of the permit appeal.
Right.
Ultimately, which is Thank you. The brilliance is gone. I'm sorry.
No, I know it'll come back. It always does.
I was just commenting that what you're seeing play out is this balance we're trying to achieve between staying strictly anchored in 158 and then figuring out how much freedom we can have with the capacity constraints that we are aware of in doing more. That's all.
To that, and then I want to go back to a closing comment about VSP. There's no way for the legislature, certainly it didn't hear, and generally it does not, describe down to the detail everything that could and should be done, right? So I think the spirit of what needs to happen has been made very clear. And I would encourage you to work with that in ways that are respectful of the legislative language, but isn't constrained unnecessarily by concerns about what the legislature might have said had it been speaking to this issue, right? So, and undoubtedly there'll be lots of people who'll be like, yeah, you almost got it, but not quite, right? So there'll be a way to fix it going forward. And I appreciate the transparency around that. And I just wanted to go back for a second to the VSP question to just tie it into this broader project. So what we know is that there's this giant budget that's been appropriated, and a big part of what needs to happen is work around getting expired permits completed. And there is a push from DTSC staff to get that done, and good thing, because there are a lot of expired permits that have been expired for a very long time and they need to be addressed. We were promised by the legislature and by the agency that there would be a process for incorporating enforcement history into the permitting process. The spot we're in right now is the efforts to get the permits out continue forward, and the requirement to incorporate enforcement history into the permitting decisions has stalled. And so we are concerned about the mismatch of the timing, because ultimately DTSC has the authority to issue a permit that lasts for 10 years. And so once that permit renewal decision is made, if DTSC does give a 10-year permit, then we're done for a decade before we come back. So we need this VSP process and the cumulative impacts process that was set out, called for in 673. We need those things to move forward with all due haste, because otherwise communities are left again for a decade without the protections and with another broken promise, right? And we need both.
There you go.
It's okay. I'm sorry. We heard earlier, and I was on the PTI webinar for a bit last evening, that will be a 5-year process. And I'm hoping that they'll look at each one with the appropriate length of time. And I think that's something that we can explore as we go through each one with them as to what's appropriate. If there's been an enforcement issue and, is this one that should be 5 years? And we look back on it because there agreements have been made to clean up a bad score or something like that. 10 years is too long. And I have heard from them that they believe for some of these long-standing older permits, and I think PTI is one of the oldest, if not the unrenewed permits, that they made it a 5-year permit. And I think that that seemed to be a nod to what you're raising, which is 10 years is too long if there's an historical issue, that the confidence level isn't as high as there might be in another one. But let's put that on our ongoing agenda with DTSC to explore so we don't lose track of the 10-year issue.
I'll just note that 5 years is kind of a long time too.
I understand. Right. I mean, I'm only going to look at what got nodded.
Right.
And I think it was a movement. And then the question that we'll all have to ask and answer, if there were certain mitigations that should happen, this one by year one, this one by year two, there should be a timeline for those corrections, not just see you later, 5 years, 10 years, but actually an ongoing process. And I think that's something we've talked about here in terms of what should go into a permit that would render it less appealable, right? If a permit has some benchmarks, some review process that's robust enough to give people confidence, then I think there might be fewer appeals, but I don't know. I think that's worth the test of discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Sushma? Sushma, did you want to say, is your hand up? No. Yes, Dawn, please.
Caught in my earring here, apologies. Again, Dawn Kepke, McHugh Kepke and Associates on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this as well. CEEB certainly looks forward to working with the board on kind of further feedback as well as just kind of implementation of these objectives. Just wanted to highlight a couple in particular that we'd be particularly interested in working with the board on around the fee structure, in particular, as you can appreciate, representing permitted facilities as well as generators that are not only just, kind of businesses, private businesses, but also public agencies that generate hazardous waste and are considered generators under the law as well. So representing that very broad spectrum of generators as well as permitted facilities have certainly a vested interest in fee structures. I know one of the things that we talked a lot about is as part of the SB 158 negotiations was kind of wanting to look at those structures, certainly in kind of collaboration with the board and other stakeholders about, are those the right fees? Are the fees placed on the right things? And so a couple of things that we, certainly just want to put a kind of marker just for discussion in that regard are around generator fees for imported wastes, and certainly kind of looking at, does that structure make sense as constituted? Could there be some refinements for efficiencies in that, as well as for some waste that are actually recycled. So for example, we note that under California law, hazardous waste is very broadly interpreted. So even, for example, used oil, even antifreeze, for example, are considered hazardous waste, irrespective of whether they're recycled and turned back into new products. And so some discussion about, should there be perhaps some differential if there can be clear, proof that material is taken in by a facility, recycled and repurposed as a new product. Perhaps there could be, some give on some of those fees for efficiency. And again, in terms of benefit for taking hazardous waste, recycling that for reuse. On the fiscal responsibility objective 2, we strongly support kind of further work on performance metrics. I mean, we think, certainly there has been progress made, on that. I certainly agree that more can be done, and certainly look forward to working on that, to kind of better ensure kind of accountability for the department, but also, as well as for the business community as well. But that kind of helps also with transparency, understanding from all stakeholders where things, perhaps additional progress could be made, or whether, maybe progress is being made, and having those metrics to evaluate that kind of helps provide for kind of greater understanding across all the stakeholders. Please.
The fiscal responsibility was being discussed during, whether it was the review panel or 158. What were some of the key issues that popped around that? Do you recall? Did you all work on that? I don't have a sense about fiscal responsibility issues that came up.
I mean, there was a lot that, needed to be unpacked as part of that. So certainly ensuring, for one, first and foremost, which, the business community agreed with, hence not objecting to the very substantial, and I do mean substantial increases in the fees placed on generators and facilities in particular. That was, there weren't objections, a little bit of, concern, but no objections that halted that, in large part because the business community, understood and respected the need to have a fiscally stable department to be responsive to, permitting decisions, site remediation, cleanup, plans and obligations as well. And so certainly, recognize the importance of that. In terms of, kind of those fees, though, kind of wanting to make sure and be clear, what those fees are going towards, and that there is going to be, corresponding kind of progress on issues, when these fees are going to be substantial. We are hiring, from a department standpoint, significantly more staff, and in theory, I think everyone, would expect that helps move the ball. I don't want to say, more quickly, irrespective of, health and environmental, protections, proper, decision-making, but, rather than having these things languish for so long, having that additional staff in theory would help expedite, appropriately those processes, that review, that sort of thing. So those were some of the discussion points. Also as well, which gets to the second bullet under objective 2 and fiscal responsibility, is around this overlap or possible duplication with other regulatory agencies, as well as enforcement for that matter. This was a really significant point of conversation in all of the negotiations for our SEED members, wanting to ensure we're being as efficient as possible. They're, certainly, we're open to and understanding of the need to increase the fees on generators and permitted facilities, within, a range of kind of cost. But there are certain circumstances where we believe efficiencies could be kind of obtained in terms of some of the issues. Like one of the things that was a big point of discussion was about jurisdiction between the department and the state water board, regional water boards in and around facilities where there may be a groundwater impact. And there has historically been legislation under, I believe it's SB 1082, which delineated certain facilities when it came to various kind of remediation obligations, what have you, where the state water board, regional water boards would have primary jurisdiction separate and apart from DTSC. And that was a big point of conversation and negotiation to ensure there wasn't a piling on by both agencies for the same purpose and same, kind of cleanup requirements, that sort of thing. So I think that's the type of thing we would just like to engage with the board on. It's kind of looking at, are those responsibilities such that perhaps, you don't need multiple agencies, not necessarily, ensuring that there's, to have them, provide feedback and, kind of coordinate makes sense, but layering additional fees on top of one another, I think we do have a concern. I think so far
as a whose jurisdiction is it, and a little bit of duplication of understanding. Oh, this is ours. No, this is theirs, and or shopping for one or the other. If the water board is easier to shop to, or DTSC is, so So getting clarity on that?
I think it's all of those.
It's all of
Yeah,
them.
absolutely. So definitely duplication of responsibility and, who's the primary agency, but also the costs that come along with that. Because if you are having to straddle two separate agencies, that also comes with, requirements, for reporting, what have you. And, if the agencies are asking for different things or duplicating the information data they're asking for, just looking at some ways, to kind of help with those efficiencies as well as the costs associated with that. And then additionally, in terms of some of the enforcement related issues, the unified program agencies at the local level, do much of the inspections and enforcement on these types of issues. In some cases, there have been concerns about, well, is it DTSC's role and responsibility versus the unified program agencies? So certainly, don't want to belabor the point, but I just, want to kind of flag that those are the types of areas that would be really important for our members to engage with the board on. Again, fully understanding we're not looking at rolling back protections, but where there are efficiencies that can be, gained to kind of help reduce those costs, understanding that we're paying more on other ends. That's really something we would appreciate the opportunity to engage on. Great. And that'll do it. Thank you.
Any more? No?
For now, that'll do it.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
haven't even dug into the cookies yet, right? And we have some work to do.
Yes, I
Okay.
know you have a lot on your plate at the present. So just when you get there,
It
we're
keeps
ready.
dropping down on my list, but I think it's going to have to come back up soon. So.
I was going to a meeting.
Are you going? Good. Okay.
Yes, coming up.
Excellent. Any other board questions, comments, anything else? Anybody online? Georgette?
Comments. Okay. So a couple of comments at the moment is I wasn't sure for the fee structure objective. I know that you made mention doing an annual. Is that per the bill or is that what we're hoping to do? Per
For
bill?
the bill.
Okay.
For the bill.
Okay. I wonder if we can, as we're going through that process and that objective, I think we should keep in mind that maybe and I mean, the bill is the bill and it's written in such way, but there might be a need to amend it just because a yearly analysis might be so quick. So it's just, I'm not saying that that's what we should do or not do, but it's just something that we should be mindful of as we move forward in the implementation aspect of it.
Thank you. I'd like for it not to be every single. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And I didn't understand really whether this was to do a review after this last fee structure, right? Because there was a big overhaul and to see how that's played out over time. They might want us to stay on it for a bit of time. But I think as we're going to keep a list of those things that either didn't make it in here with clarity or have been, we've bumped into things that we need them to know about. So going back to the legislature on an annual basis with whatever issue might need to be cleaned up or augmented or changed, I think will be important as well. So that's on that little column of legislative fixes.
Yeah, makes sense. And then there are two things that I didn't see me mention, and I don't know if this is because this lives in the how. So the next aspect of it, and it could. One is it shouldn't be in the how. Is when are we hoping? Is there a timeline in which we are hoping to? I know this is a living document, but we gotta land on a good first draft to start working on it. So do we have a timeline for that? I know that was not part of the presentation.
When would you like it to be? No.
Can we have a motion timeline that we think that Sushma should, I would expect, I'll chime in. We have to have a lot of this buttoned down by year end. We need to be going into 20, and I know they don't operate on calendar years, but that we need to be going into 2023 with significantly more clarity. Not that we'll necessarily be ready to hold a permit appeal next January or February, but that we are close to ready with what we have. And the same for the plan and for some of the other initiatives that we're doing. This last quarter, October, November, December, and January are going to be really important months for us to be digging in. And when we get to the January 26th meeting, I hope we're unveiling a number of really fully baked items. So, and that would be just about 1 year mark from the first of the appointments. Now, other people came in more in March, but bearing in mind that the expectation was your year one, well, our year one isn't really until March of next year. So, but I think if we keep the pressure on ourselves for this calendar year and then approving with slight amendments in January, we should be ready in February, March with this is what we're doing. We're on a roll now. And hopefully by then we will have the additional hires that we need because, we're way short, and you'll hear that from Swathi, but that's my hope.
Okay.
No pressure, Sushma.
You can do it.
I'm about to bring it home and give you all action, so this is good.
No, and actually I should have said thank you, Sushma, for working on this and working with us on this. Appreciate it. And then lastly, and maybe this is in the how actually, in terms of what is the timeline in which we are hoping, and I do think that as I'm saying it out loud, that it goes more in the implementation side of things, like trying to strive to put phasing periods in which we want to achieve. So just as we develop that phase, maybe we can create that column. And that is it for now. Thank you.
Anyone else on the table, on the phone? Anybody on Zoom have any questions? They just love it so much. I thought so.
I have a closing comment.
Of course you do. Please have it.
So getting tactical here to Georgette's point about how are you going to make progress from where we are. So I have a few next steps laid out. I'd love for the board and the public to comment on it. First is we need more public engagement, clearly, and you heard us set a goal for ourselves that within the next quarter, which means we have 3 more months to end of the year, we are going to get to a close to finished product. And that requires significant public input. We will have at least one opportunity, which is the workshop itself, but we can have more virtual opportunities. So I'm asking that Swathi help me create more virtual workshop style opportunities for the public to provide comment on the operating plan. So that's one.
Or even just one-on-one meetings. It doesn't have to be workshops. It can just be, if you want to meet directly with Sushma. Yeah, I'm unmuted. If you want to meet directly with Sushma, contact me. We can help facilitate that. It doesn't have to just be a workshop or during a board meeting.
100%. I'm available. Email me. We can find time. Plus, we will do at least one virtual workshop. Plus, we have a live workshop on November 14th. Okay, so this is for the public. I think secondly, for the board members, we want to make progress and move from the operating plan to the implementation plan, which has the details of the how. But in order to get there, I will need input from each member of the board as it relates to their area of focus. So specifically, I will reach out to you with a template of 3 asks. The asks are, what activities will you undertake? What are your interim outcomes, interim and overall outcomes that you will drive, and then the timelines. So with those 3 pieces of input, I can start to draft the implementation plan, which really I think the community cares more about, ways in which they can engage. So that's my ask number 2. Comments on this?
Request for those things in your priority areas. Is anyone shaking their head no? Okay, you got it.
Okay, perfect. And I have a third action, which is following up on the conversation we had at the last board meeting around KPIs and metrics. We talked about potentially having DTSC come to the next board meeting to present on their KPIs. So if we can get DTSC, I'm looking at Swati as I'm saying this, but if the board members agree, I'd love to have DTSC come to the next board meeting and talk about their KPIs so we can start developing a perspective on shaping them as a board.
Correct? We heard that the revision of the KPI. So I think perhaps in your next meeting, get a timeline on that. And if it's not in time for the November meeting, I mean, I hope it would be, that would be a great time for her to present that. Otherwise, we have to have 3 meetings to do it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Perfect. So three actions then. Thank you. Thank you, board members, in advance for your help with the implementation plan. Thank you in advance to the public for the comments you are about to give me and for your enthusiastic participation at our workshop coming up on November 14th.
Okay. 2 workshops before the next board meeting?
Yes, we're not ambitious at all. We will do 2 workshops somehow.
Can we get the dates?
Oh, okay. So wait, let me clarify. So we will have 1 workshop virtually at some point between now and the next board meeting for the operational plan. We'll have another workshop the day before our board meeting in November. And then we will also have about the operational plan. And then we will also have a workshop the day before our board meeting at a different time that same day about the permit appeal process. So a lot
And
to
those are
stay.
Central Valley.
Central Valley. And then Central Valley the day before, but in addition to that, we will have virtual workshops for both operational plan and permit appeals. Permit appeals date has already been set, which will be in person actually, and virtual. And then the operational one has to be determined. We just want multiple opportunities for the public to comment on all of these items.
So I'm excited that we're so committed in public engagement, but we should also be mindful of community fatigue. So as we're trying to figure out all these different workshops that are very, very important, we should just keep in mind that we're asking the community stakeholders to engage in all these critical processes, and also engage in tours, engage in board meetings, and they're also close together. That we might, I just want us to think about not overextending the engagement process. And so, yeah, as we're just putting things together.
Well, I think something, Dan, I did it, something that has not been standard operating procedure, and we haven't utilized it fully, is to actually be putting out a draft and asking for written comments, or going out to groups with that we know are interested, that might not have time or access on a particular date to show up, where we have different ways of encouraging engagement. And I think that's something we have to work on, right? Because right now, if you don't look at our website every single day, you don't pretty much know what's happening. So pushing out more information on a regular basis, encouraging people to sign up for our listserv, not just relying on the master DTSC listserv. We have a lot of work to do in the communications arena. One of the goals that Swati and I have been working on in terms of our augmenting in our staffing is that communications piece, right? You know, very specifically thinking about all the different ways we reach people. How do we do outreach? How do we measure the effectiveness of our outreach? What kinds of things do we send out? We don't want to burn people out, but we don't have any social media. We just have this really boring web page. Sorry to whoever set it up, but it's flat. And so we want to bring some life into it. We want more engagement. So I appreciate all the work that anybody did on the website. I'm just saying that probably we need a more assertive approach to our outreach than a passive site for people to visit.
Yeah.
And that's
It's just a first draft.
it's a first draft. And but I'm saying, you know,
A lot.
a lot, along with everything else
Yeah.
we're doing, we identify where we are today and we have to look at where we need to be tomorrow. So I think we're all pretty aggressive about that. So anything else for Sushma? Thank you so much. Really, excellent work. And now our executive officer will update us on all things executive.
Thank you, Corin, if we could have the.
He's here. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Well, thank you. So I'm going to, I know we have to be out of here by 4:30. So, and we have several agenda items still left. So I'm going to try to be a bit brief in my report. Jeannie already mentioned we have a number of folks that are new to our team. We have Sheena Brooks, Jessica Swan, Greg joined a couple of months ago, so we're building up our team. We will be posting more positions soon, so putting that out there. It'll be on our website. Check back regularly. We'll try to do more e-blasts with new positions, but check for that. I did want to give an update about our 21-22 budget. As a reminder, as per SB 158, we have authorized 5 board members and then also 12 staff positions. From 21-22, from the general fund, we had a total budget of $3 million. And remember, it's our first year, we just got started. So total board expenditures have been $440,000. Salary and wages were $437,000 and other expenses were $3,000. That was for last fiscal. That's surely going to change this coming fiscal, especially with the number of board meetings that we have planned to be throughout the state of California. I also wanted to take a moment to talk a little bit about our ombuds position, and just remind everybody, as per SB 158, what is an ombuds? Many in the public may not be fully familiar with what the role of this position is. So the ombudsperson shall serve as an impartial resource to the public, including all stakeholders, by doing the following: receiving complaints and suggestions from the public, evaluate complaints, report findings and make recommendations to the director of DTSC and to the board, and render assistance to the public when appropriate. The board shall establish procedures governing the exercise of the ombudsperson's duties, including all of the following. And in the coming months and the coming board meeting, this will be a process that's taking place. We hope to have more details about what does this procedure that the board establishes looks like. So methods to encourage the submission of complaints or suggestions and safeguard to ensure confidentiality. Forms to submit complaints and suggestions to the ombudsperson. As we mentioned already, we have a form that is up and running or will be up and running for the permit appeal process. So that's just one of the steps that we're taking. 3, criteria for prioritization of complaints and suggestions submitted to the ombudsperson. Access to information and resources to improve understanding of the department's activities and opportunities for involvement in the department's regulatory process. And lastly, any person may submit a complaint or make a suggestion to the ombudsperson regarding any action, program, or policy of the department. So over the coming months, we will be working out a framework. We will be having discussions at the next board meeting. So stay tuned for that. Lastly, actually, before I move on to this discussion item, I wanted to see with the board, was there any questions, any clarifications, any
No, I
Okay,
think we're looking forward to the next phase when we really delve into it some more, and will be an opportunity between now and the board meeting for deeper discussions with Jessica, who's doing double duty right now, and we'll get there.
It will also, building on Jeannie's comment, it would also be great at future meetings for Jessica to show us or give us a view of the kinds of complaints that are coming in. So we are familiar with the kinds of issues being raised by the public.
I have a comment about the Spanish translation because
Okay.
it translates to the defender of the public.
What?
Defender of the public. So maybe that's a term that we need to revisit as far as translation goes. So unless you want more responsibilities.
Basically, I was looking at the etymology of the word ombud and ombudsperson, and it actually does kind of translate that in the original German, that it was that the word is from.
I think that goes back a few centuries.
Yeah, way back.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's just maybe I don't know. We might be giving her more responsibility in the Spanish world than
Then she has, right. You gotta defend the whole founder.
Yeah. I also, I know that there was a comment yesterday about, the ombuds hiring process as well as all of our positions. They've been posted publicly. This one was posted and on our website. All of the positions that we post for, we talk about at our board meetings that we're looking for XYZ positions. So it's been on our website. And so just so you know that it is an open process for all of the positions. It's a civil service. All of our staff is civil service except for myself. And so it is an open process and open to all. And we encourage everybody to apply for the positions that we have coming up. Next, I have a suggestion for the board about the public comment and when it's done. So I know currently the way that we have our agenda items, we'll have an agenda item, we'll have a presentation, and then we'll have public comment, and then we will have board comments or discussion. And it's been my observation that the public is not able to comment after the board discussion. And sometimes the public may have clarification after the board has made comments or clarifications. So I just want to flag that either we move public comments to after board discussion, or we allow for 2 times where public can ask if a board member has made a comment. So I just wanted to flag that for discussion. It's just something that's come up
I
to me.
see 2 sets of 2 fingers coming from the back of the room. We went around about this twice. The standard had been public comment. And we said, well, I think Georgette, you raised, I'd like to hear the public comment before we have our discussion. And then the public feels like, wow, things the board said I'd like to comment on. So we may, without this dragging into midnight, having an opportunity for brief comments on both sides of those may be the best way to have maximum public engagement. It's different. It's off standard operating procedure, and when to do it. To do it after each agenda item gets to be, we're trying to batch them, a couple of agenda items, and then have public comment, especially when you're in a situation where you're getting a report from someone and it's not a Q&A, it's really a comment period. And so it's not for board discussion so much as board information. So I think we need to come up with a proposed criteria for the next meeting, if that's okay with you. Different categories of things maybe are done a little differently, but we want to maximize it, and we don't want to be here till midnight. So,
yeah, I think that makes sense, and thank you for bringing this up. I would suggest, as we massage this better, if we do have this hybrid, which makes sense, that perhaps the agenda items that we're allowing for both, that we give a time limit to the comments. And not do it for everything or perhaps for everything, but it just depends as we manage the meeting, right?
Sure.
So.
Okay, well.
No. Just, and if there's any questions.
And just a reminder, though, that we're still hiring. You're still, and more positions.
A lot
to be
more.
Posted.
Yeah.
Within the next weeks, correct?
Hopefully, we'll see. But yes, we have a lot more positions to come. And any questions from the board and from the public?
We have one cover.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sheena Brooks, the board's administrative liaison, and we will now hear comments from the public about the executive officer report. For those joining in person, please raise your hand if you would like to comment. Those on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. Not seeing any hands raised in the office. We'll go to the Zoom. Cynthia Babich, I see and recognize your hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think that you should have public comment twice when it's appropriate, but I think I hear people talking about having, you know, a better process for engaging with the communities and public, and that certainly would be one way to do it. And I think that the chat should be enabled. I heard you keep going back and forth about that, but I can tell you that it really leaves a bad taste in the mouth of a lot of community people when the chat is disabled. The LAEJ network that I coordinate, we've been hosting a broad audience, and we have webinars, and we have a dedicated person who monitors the chat. So with all the money and the staff positions, you would think that you would be able to get somebody who could monitor the chat to pull out comments versus the questions. I would also like to reiterate the fact that there needs to be a safe space created for discussions when you're having them with mixed audiences. I can tell you that I don't think that that's been occurring, and that's something that, you know, I could talk more about privately, but I think that's like super important, because you're not going to get more community involvement and engagement if people feel intimidated. And then finally, I understand what I just heard about the hiring process and civil service jobs and things of that nature, but it would really be nice to have a process that the public could comment on, maybe some of the people that you're thinking of hiring before they're hired. And I think the ombudsman position is a very important position. And I personally know that Jessica has been working as public participation person for DTSC, and I would think that the ombudsperson's job would be more of a neutral party position. So I'm not trying to single anybody out. I don't have a particular instance in mind, but I think in general, I was pretty shocked when I found out the ombudsman had been hired and who the person was, because I don't think that's the neutral person that I would be looking for if I had a complaint that I had to bring so far up to an ombudsman position.
Cynthia, this part of the conversation is actually not appropriate. If you want to have that conversation with me privately, I'm happy to have it. But we did have an open process. We had a lot of applicants, but I cannot engage in that conversation at this meeting. It's not appropriate. Sorry to shut you off, but I'll have it with you privately.
At this time, if there are any other comments.
Any other questions online? Nothing? Okay.
Not seeing any.
All right. Let's see, the next agenda item. Where are we?
Community engagement reports.
Community engagement reports. Okay, our priority areas. Let's see. Oh, community engagement. Okay. So here we are. We have a there were a couple of meetings that were held yesterday with community members that I think it would be good to hear reports from the teams that held those meetings. I don't know who, Lizette, are you making the report or? Sushma, you are, okay.
All right, so I will kick off and then Lizette, please add to the report. So Lizette and I had the opportunity to participate in some community engagement efforts with members of the North Richmond community. Before I do the report, I have a whole bunch of people to thank for educating us about the issues faced by the North Richmond community and helping us understand the holistic concerns of this environmental justice community. So first, thanking Dante from Urban Tilt for organizing a group of community advocates and members to meet with us. Latifa, Rafael, Nama, Kat Ramos, Kiara, Tanya, Michael Kent, Roxanne, Sarah, also Supervisor Zoya, and I'm sure there are a few other names I didn't capture. You know who I'm talking about or who we're talking about, so thank you for all your help. Okay, so for all the board members here, there is a detailed memo that Lizette and I have drafted that we have sent to Swati that she will include in the minutes from this meeting or include in our next meeting agenda and packet, so you can all familiarize yourself with the details. So over here, I'm just going to give you the context and some of the top high-level learnings from yesterday. Okay, so context setting, North Richmond community has just under 5,000 residents that are surrounded by heavy industrial sites because zoning allows for it. The community is very diverse with a majority Hispanic community members, followed by African Americans, Asians, and other ethnic groups. The community has faced several environmental burdens and continues to face them. Chevron refinery, I think those of you driving through the neighborhood can see the Chevron refinery. There are multiple permitted sites in the neighborhood. Also, many sites undergoing cleanup actively. Additional environmental burdens are posed by legacy sites. Also, there are smell issues within the community, traffic issues like vehicular traffic, heavy trucks, so also noise pollution from that. So all of this is to say that there are multiple cumulative environmental impacts that the residents are faced with. Data also shows that the asthma levels are higher than the average rates within the rest of the Contra Costa County. So that's just by way of context setting. Ultimately, the community has taken many steps and would like to transform into a safer and cleaner community for residents to raise their families. And they're facing several obstacles in this path through transforming the community. This includes some zoning challenges that allow for continued development of industry sites or sites that are zoned industrial or commercial. The fact that there are multiple governmental agencies with different jurisdictions that are all coordinating on issues that collectively impact the communities. So for example, the water boards and the air district and DTSC and so on. And the communities are finding that often they are the ones that are having to figure out which agency to interact with and how to navigate that interaction and be engaged with the process. Overall, this North Richmond community has been very aware and deeply engaged to bring their concerns to these agencies, to all of us, and to bring about this transformation. So one specific issue that they shared with Lizette and I was related to a property that's owned by the Centerpoint developer. It's a 32-acre site that's being proposed for redevelopment. And as part of the redevelopment effort, Centerpoint has entered into a voluntary cleanup agreement with DTSC. And DTSC is leading the cleanup plan itself. Just to give you a sense of where this, how sensitive the location is, the neighborhoods that are surrounding the site include residences. They also include a community farm called Urban Tilt. And there are other sensitive receptors like daycare centers and home care centers, all of this bordering this cleanup site. So given this, understandably, the community is very concerned about impacts to children and other residents and the farm itself. They expressed that they feel like they haven't been meaningfully engaged in the process of developing the cleanup plan and have some concerns about the implications of the cleanup on all of these, on the residents and the farm and so on. There are some specific asks that they made during our meetings, and I'm going to lay those out in a minute. But before I lay those out, I think we can also talk about how best to provide some comments and responses to the community, perhaps working with DTSC to craft a response to them so that they feel like they're heard. All right, so getting into the specific asks, I think their first ask is for deeper community engagement. Sorry, one second. They want to provide input on the cleanup plan itself, but they feel like they don't have enough time to engage. So they would like more time to fully internalize what's in the plan and then to provide meaningful input. They've asked for someone that can help translate the science to them, because there's a lot of obviously science within the cleanup plan itself that gets into some scientific nuances that are hard for community members to understand and absorb. So that's another ask. They've asked for additional air monitoring, which I know falls outside the jurisdiction of the air district, but I want to call that was another ask. So anything else you would add, Lizette?
They covered, I think you covered everything. One thing to note, besides the proximity to the elementary and residential, is also the existence of an urban farm where we actually met, and the importance of how beneficial that farm is to the local residents. They do provide food for about 600 local residents, 200 of which are families, 200 of which are fed for free. And so it's definitely something that is very valued within the neighborhood. And they did mention that one of their biggest concerns was the possibility of sea level rise, bringing contaminants into the farm and to the local residents, because I didn't find exact depth to groundwater, but they did give us a comprehensive report on what the projected sea level rise would be within the next few years. And so depending on how the contaminants disperse through this period is one of their bigger concerns. So they did bring that up as part of the reason they want to ensure that the cleanup conducted at the nearby sites are to the best available that they can be.
Yeah, this has come up before about sea level rise, and I know that I know that Alexis will be our liaison to the Ocean Protection Council. And is that the correct term?
Yeah.
Yes. And so at some point, we'll want to hear about the intersect and what's going on with that, because it came up in the meeting that we had as well with the shoreline, the Richmond Shoreline Group. So I think sea level rise is rising. I mean, the issue is pretty clearly up for a lot of communities that it will be affected by that, and are being affected by that. So, and all we have to do is look at Florida this week.
I think just drawing a parallel to the community meetings from the North Richmond community with the Excite community meetings, I think generally the sentiment of feeling like information is being pushed to them, but it's unclear to the community members how they can engage and where they are in the step, like the cleanup, which step of the cleanup process we are in. I think that was a very meta point that came through. Ultimately, the community would like to be more tightly engaged every step of the way versus just being notified of what's happening. Or like just being notified that a cleanup is going to happen. They want to engage in the planning process itself, because they feel like there are strong implications to the residents from within the communities.
So clearly, I haven't seen ours
Yes?
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
We're fine now, okay. Is that we include very clearly, pull out in those reports, those things that we're referring to DTSC. And include our ombuds in those things that we're bringing from community to DTSC so that we have a follow-up process where appropriate. So it's not just a report for our minutes, it's a report to both give to DTSC, receive the feedback or understand their response to the community questions about that. So we have to close the loop on these things.
Yes.
Okay.
What we were mentioning as that's exactly what we were mentioning as we were kind of letting everything sink in. What we can actually do is relay these questions perhaps in the form of a memo. Yeah. And just to have that record and have this as something that we can refer back to whenever we do the annual assessment or review of goals to see how things have improved and just, you know, because there is a lot of similarities with a lot of the sites we have gone to and residents we have spoken to.
Okay, any other comments on Sushma?
Just an observation here that this public engagement theme has, now you've heard this multiple times throughout the course of the day today. And the way we address public engagement, one way is by looking at specific sites and how engagement efforts are working there. Another lens of way of looking at this is through budget, like how much spend is actually going into public engagement, and that's another lens. And the third is KPIs or metrics, which is how is DTSC measuring the outcomes and impacts of public engagement, and what does good look like? And I think we're attempting to do all three of them to try and get to a level of comfort where the community members feel like they're engaged.
Alexis, do you want to? I can. You good with that? Okay. And Alexis will report out on our meeting yesterday with Richmond Southeast Shoreline Area CAG Community Advisory Group.
Super. Jeannie and I met with redid itself. It keeps doing. Okay, so yesterday's meeting with the Southeast Shoreline Area Community Advisory Group and 6 representatives, very informative and not so dissimilar. It's a very similar part of the East Bay, and this group formed in 2005. So they've been together for 17 years and are meeting at least twice a month. They have a very positive relationship with their DTSC project manager. They're also interested, although we spent much of the time talking about one particular site that has been in production for more than 100 years, and they had some fantastic historical images to relate as the property went through different purposes. They're also interested in adjoining sites that have other DTSC project managers in the immediate area. So we spoke mostly about what we can generically call the Zeneca site. And they want to have a closer relationship with DTSC in terms of ensuring that the site now, which is poised with a remedy decision and with a prospective purchaser agreement and new ownership, they're at a critical point of engaging with DTSC about whether that remedy is carried out and what the financial assurance may be. They want to ensure that the regulations and remediation requirements are closely followed through, including some of the institutional controls that are critical when you leave waste in place at a site. They're very interested in the cleanup protocols that will follow in carrying out a remedy. And they want to, as Sushma and Liz described, because this site is on the edge of the bay and has an inundated portion of the site that used to be bay before it was filled, they're very keen to ensure that the site is protected from the effects of tidal action, sea level rise, and groundwater infiltration. They want a meaningful role at the table as a group that's formed.
there's more to it and we'll write something up, but you may want to weigh in.
No, I think they were amazing. They've been working on this even before they formed the CAG. And I think there's a new participation person assigned to them that hopefully we know who that is and we'll engage around that. And they are looking for a more holistic approach to this. And we saw some really pretty devastating images of where it filled with toxic waste, filled up, became land, became, it's just pretty amazing. And then with sea level rise, how that's all being pushed back. So there was a lot of concern about what's happening at that site and has been happening for decades and decades. So this is one of those ones that is on that list of unremediated or conflicted, or as I like to call them, Greg doesn't like this word, but I call them fraught, the fraught sites, the ones that really need attention. So it was great to meet with them and get their perspective. And we will definitely be passing on a lot to DTSC and fostering greater understanding. They're all expecting there will be a resolution on how this is going to go forward within the next month or so, and then staying on top of the enforcement and implementation of that, I think is of great concern to them because they've waited a really long time. They're one of those long-time sites. So anyway, it was very useful to us, gave us a perspective.
I'm grateful to them for putting together a very extensive PowerPoint presentation that we will hope to put on our website for folks to share. But they clearly had put a great deal of effort into gathering up these historic images and briefing us. So thank you to all 6 of them.
Right.
May I have, so in the spirit of transparency, as we have done with previous board engagement, may I ask for board members to write up and so that we can put on our website this board engagement so that we're not only being transparent, but then also keeping ourselves accountable. Any questions from board members for each other on the engagement? Okay. Sure.
We will now hear comments from the public about the community engagement reports. For those joining in person, please know. Okay, so for those joining on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. Mrs. Babich, I'm recognizing you. So each commenter will have 2 minutes. Time will be doubled for those expressing their comments in Spanish. Mrs. Babich, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
So, like, you guys are really, I have Spanish translation bleeding over into the English. I can't hear what's being said. I can't chat to tell you about it. You think with all the money you have, you could have somebody monitoring the English and Spanish stations. And, whatever, like, I guess you guys don't want public participation because I really don't feel any love from you guys. So I'm just going to hang up and go find someone else who's got themselves together a little bit better. This is like, you should be embarrassed because I'm embarrassed for you. So
in here, obviously, and we're running into some technology, which in an effort to be inclusive, there's no other public comments. So
no
we
other
will
public comments.
move the agenda. And we have a limited amount of time, but we want to hear from those board members who had engagement around their priority areas. Okay. And I think we've already heard Sushma talking about performance measurement and operational plan. But Georgette, Sushma, do you have anything to add to that category, or did we pretty much cover it? Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads no, so I think we're good on that. The operational plan, same thing. Fee structure, we're having within this quarter, we will be having a deep dive briefing on the fee structure, the current fee structure and the changes that were made. Once we get through this, we'll begin to look at the fee structure for next year. Permit appeals, I think you've heard from Liz and Alexis on that. Do you have anything else to add on that? Liz, do you have anything on the hazardous waste plan process? Has that begun? Are you engaged with them on that? What's the status?
They're still accepting public comments. The workshops have been done, but they're still available on the DTSC hazardous management waste plan, their website. So there should be links to the videos of the trainings, so that members of the public can familiarize themselves with the information they have thus far and where they are in their process. But if there are any suggestions or comments for the plan itself, they're still accepting comments. And let me see if I can find their.
Sushma and Liz, have you all reviewed that plan and are commenting on it, or do we need to include it as a board agenda item? If it's time for comments, when do the comments close?
I believe they closed in November 1st.
Oh,
so
okay.
they're fast approaching.
Okay.
I just want to add that the hazardous waste management plan is different from what is due in 2023. The first item that's due is baseline information of what's available. I'm missing the exact language, but it's baseline information on what data DTSC has available on hazardous waste generated within the state. That is not the plan. That is what's due in 2023. And then beyond that, they start to create the plan. So we have some time.
Workshops on the available information that has been gathered.
Okay, so it's not on the plan.
It's just what they have presented.
Okay, so that's more of a, if we can share that around the whole board, please, so that we all look at it and see if there's any questions that it raises, and then put that link up on the website so that if the public wants to take a look at that, there's another way for them to do it, for those that are paying attention to our work. Okay? And Georgette, Lizette, any updates on where we are on EJ, EJAC that you want to report on today, or we're moving along on that?
No, we're moving. Go ahead, Liz.
Oh, sorry.
You still have more on the other one?
Yeah, sorry, I did find the information.
Oh.
So the public the public may send in comments to DTSC_HW plan@dtsc.ca.gov, and they should be submitted before November 1st in order for them to be considered before the completion of the report. And any comments after that will be considered for the next phase, which is the hazardous waste management plan itself, which is due in 2025. And so if people are interested in the workshops, you can go to dtsc.ca.gov/hazardous-waste-management-plan/. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, so I think you have some homework, all of us, because I know I haven't been as attentive to that as I should be. So let's make sure we all at least look at it and maybe feed to Liz questions, for public comment. Okay. All right. In terms of the environmental justice, I think you're feeling it infused in the work and in the meetings that we're having. I know Georgette and Lizette are working with the head of the Office of Environmental Equity on the plan for the EJAC, right? And that's in process, correct?
That is correct. So hopefully soon we'll be able to collectively bring something forward to get some input.
Great. So hopefully by the next board meeting or even before that, we'll have something that we can hear from the public about. And then communication and ombuds, I think we've pretty much been talking about that, including how we're going to further develop our thinking and present at the next board meeting. Okay, any liaison work that people have done to BDOs to, I know Alexis, you're looking at attending a Department of Defense meeting. Do you want to talk about that briefly?
DTSC, in the form of a deputy director who has recently left the department, had organized regular quarterly DoD meetings. There is an upcoming October 14th DTSC DoD leadership meeting. I'm hoping to participate in that and report back at our November meeting. And I don't have updates for the remaining areas for which I'm a liaison. But I do think that one of the most common themes that we are hearing that grew out of SB 158 is where there is seemingly an overlap of jurisdictions, for example, around the bay between DTSC and water board cleanups or groundwater remediation. I can foresee that once we put the permit appeal regs into effect, I would be able to do a much deeper dive there.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, CARB.
Nothing new to report.
Okay. Board member move.
I'll be happy to make a motion to move.
Thank you so much.
Point of order really quickly. Who seconded? Thank you. That was Alexis Strauss-Hacker for anyone listening and not watching.
We all said aye. Okay. Let's see. Okay, now we're going to go to the fun part, which is future agenda items. If anyone has, in the public or in the room or board members feel like there's something that we want to be sure to put on an agenda, please let us know. And Alexis will go through, because she's so good at this, keeping track during a meeting of our action items leading a meeting. Okay, oh, good. All right. Oh, Carolyn, okay.
We have a comment from Carolyn Graves. If you would like to provide comment on the minutes or future agenda items, please give us your comment now. You have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me first?
Hold on just one second.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to let you know that there still are audio issues. I'm actually joined via my phone because I find it's usually more reliable, but even so, there's long gaps where all of a sudden the sound drops out. I was actually even disconnected at one point. So I just wanted to report that since there isn't, I've been emailing to the BES info, but I'm not sure if someone's monitoring that. So short of chat, I'm trying to let you know that, you might have a technical person look at that because it is rather difficult to follow the meeting when audio is completely lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I don't know how many times we have to apologize for that, but obviously it'll be a lot of work between now and the next meeting, especially since we're somewhere in the Central Valley and we better be sure we've got better internet for this. So, okay, yes.
Carolyn, this is Alexis. Judy and I thank you for hosting us yesterday. If there's something in particular that's dropped off your audio that I could fill in, please let us know.
That's great.
Hold on.
Who are you saying go for it too? Okay. Is there any more public comment?
No,
No.
no more.
Okay. So I understand today we had a lot of technology issues, and I just wanted to let everybody know that's part of the challenge of where we're doing meetings out in community, not in, the Cal EPA building. The endowment has been a great host and facility. They unfortunately have never had this issue occur. I think usually they're used to less folks joining in on Zoom. And so it was a bandwidth issue where we had so much interest and essentially the system just kind of crashed. And so we realized that there was a lot of issues today. But this new hybrid format of meetings where we want to be in person, provide interpretation in person, as well as for the remote participants, and provide ability for remote participation. These challenges are going to come up if we're in new areas, and we just ask everybody to be patient with us and work with us. And thank you for all those that did email us or let us know that they were having issues, and we're going to work to try to be better. We just ask everybody to be patient because this is part of it when we're hosting meetings in a different location each and every time. And we're just going to try to do better. That's all I can say. It's one of the challenges with doing hybrid meetings. And so we hope that our workshops going forward and I know we had internet cut out yesterday, and we have to do the best that we can. Given these circumstances with internet cutting out. And then could we unfortunately, because of Zoom, we have no way of knowing how many people are actually joining our Spanish channel. It's a limitation of Zoom that we're trying to figure out. So if we are having issues on the Spanish channel, please email us or let us know if you've joined the Spanish channel, because we have no way really of knowing how many participants have actually joined the Spanish channel. I'll pause there and just say that, we had challenges today, even given the state of the art equipment here. But all we can do is be patient and work with what we have and try to do better next time and learn from the experience.
Thank you for that.
I will. Okay, press the website.
Very well. We'll have a 2-page summary of today's meeting minutes. We will have the summaries from the board members of yesterday's tours. We'll be adopting the minutes for this meeting at a future board meeting, ideally November. But the summary of the tours will be posted more promptly. Just going very quickly through each of our 11 agenda items. We don't have very many specific action items other than our repeated apologies and commitment to improve our hybrid communications. We have upcoming workshops on the operating plan, as Sushma and Liz mentioned. We have a permit, and that will be scheduled. The permit appeal workshop is next October 20th in Los Angeles, and after that, November 14th in the Central Valley. The board meeting that follows in November on the 15th will be our closing informal opportunity for comment on the permit appeal until we have a work product to bring back for public comment. In the board member reports, we are going to take a look at what is posted by DTSC in terms of their workshops to date that will lead to the forthcoming hazardous waste management plan, since public comments are due by the end of October. And with regard to circle back to the operating plan, we made commitments to add some meat to the bones of Sushma's work product with regard to the timing. What I haven't captured is many of the just larger themes that came out in comments today, because they're not action items per se, but they have more to do with our ethic in going forward as a board.
Thank you, Alexis. Closing comments from board members, staff, any remarks anybody wants to make about today's meeting? I'll start at this end this time. Sushma, closing comments.
I want to again reiterate the thank yous from the North Richmond community members. I personally learned a lot and got a feel for all of the slew of challenges faced by the community. I also want to compliment them for how much they've done to improve the lives of the lived experiences of the people within their community. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the members that have emailed us and reached out about the technical challenges and have still engaged with us or found ways to engage with us. So thank you for that as well. And thank you to all the board members for all the community meetings, sharing the readouts from those, and for engaging meaningfully and helping us make progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I think, we're getting our footing. I know that we have some ambitious goals that we've laid out, and just focusing on the priorities of the permit appeal process and the operational plan. I think today was a productive meeting where we made headway. We have some goals laid out, and I think we just have to keep our eye on the targets, and we'll have many more priorities that we'll focus on in 2023. But we've heard a number of times on improving engagement, and what would be helpful is, I guess, if folks have any specific ideas of how the board can be more engaging, please reach out to me directly or on our info email, and would love to hear the input. We hear about improving engagement, but if we don't have solid actual requests on what does that mean, what does that mean to you, I would love to hear that. And so please reach out to me directly or on the info email box, and hope to improve that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down the line. Alexis, do you have any closing comments?
I do. I want to thank Greg, Sheena, Jessica for all the work that happens to bring us to a meeting, working together. Much appreciated. We're a small, compact little group, and everybody's working really hard.
Right.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank everybody that makes these meetings possible. You know, all our new staff. I'm so I don't know how she gets the energy or time to make these meetings happen. And, you know, unfortunately, we can't control everything. And God knows, you know, she tries to to control as much as she can. And we see it. And I honestly feel really lucky to have her behind the scenes, you know, pushing us to do our best, pushing everybody behind the scenes to do their best. And I'm so grateful to have all the new staff, you know, take on more responsibilities, because there is a lot of work that we do have to, you know, take on and make happen. And it really does take the you know, participation from the public. So I'm really grateful for those of us that stuck with us and that are going to keep working with us.
So just really quickly, only one, and the final end of the saga, only one board member can have their thing unmuted at a time.
Every time I unmute, somebody mutes me and then I go back and I try to talk about it. Yeah, I understand.
But
I understand the concept.
folks that are hearing it on the Zoom, they're getting background.
Right.
So that's why.
I understand. Can I unmute now?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the stalwarts who are still in this room. I want to thank Angela, Dawn, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but you have been here all day, for hanging in there with us. And in particular, Dawn and Angela for giving us presentations that really feed our work and give us a perspective that we don't have if you don't come. And to those who commented, public comments, many of them were really helpful and useful and contribute to our thinking. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank the board and staff for working so hard. Your first meeting, Sheena, your first meeting as ombuds, Jess and Greg. You really pulled a lot of material together for us and helped us with prepping for this meeting. So, and thank you, CSUS. I know it's been a strained day, but we're here. We're coming to the conclusion. And can I have a motion to adjourn? Alexis? Okay, Sushma? Okay. Any objection to leaving today? Okay, thank you very much.